take mechanisms. If you're in the wrong place, now's the time to run somewhere else. First question. So this is what this is actually a little bit new. We used to have different starting slides for all the presentations. They want us to switch over to this one this year. First question for most of you is, who is this guy? That's a valid, fair question. I retired. I'm no longer coaching. I'm not retired from teaching. I teach chemistry at Elk River High School. But I recently was the head coach of Rebel Robotics Team 2225. I was their coach for 3 years. I retired from that team since my son graduated. Before that, I was the head coach of Stark Industries Team 3023 from 2010 to 2022. So it's been a while. I've been at this since my first season was Breakaway 2010. That was a lot of fun. What I want to show you today is really this. A lot of what we're going to start off with in the beginning here is looking at game pieces. And hopefully about a third of the way through, you will see the wisdom of looking back at old games. And hopefully that'll become pretty obvious to you. Why 3 sessions? Believe it or not, the first Jumpstart we did, I did not do this presentation. I did a different one of some sort, but our second year of Jumpstart, Alex, Becker's coach, he just told me I was going to be doing a presentation on manipulators. And I covered everything that I will cover today in 3 sessions. I did it all in 1 session, and it was insane. We had no idea. And then we did bump it out to 2. Finally, we bumped it out to 3, and that's where it stood for quite a while. If you stay, you don't have to stay for all this. As we talked about, the videos will be presented on YouTube. They'll be shared a lot. So if there's a different presentation, feel free. You're not going to hurt my feelings at all. As you know, we had to last minute grab a bunch of extra seating. So I will say, they're all good. You know, it's like your children. Which one's your favorite? They're all my favorite. But I will say there's some really good information in part 3 that is unique, a bit more. So, okay, what exactly is a manipulator? If we're doing manipulator presentations, what is a manipulator? What is the definition most kids use? I want non-serious answers only. What do you got? Candy for, okay, in the back, what do you got? The grabby thing, very good, that's exactly right. See, back row, it's hard. What do you got?
Something that is used to move something else.
There you go, what do you got? Yeah, there you go. Hopefully it doesn't, but it might if you go with the vacuum. What do you got? The moving thingamanoodler, yes. What else? The part that moves. Okay, good. What else? What do you got? The claw thing, yeah. Assuming you're going with the claw design. And last one, what do you got?
The contraption.
The contraption, that's fair. I like that one. That's fun. Okay. When I've asked this question in the past, the answers are like, not the drivetrain. Good. That's technically, honestly, that's probably the most all-inclusive best answer. There's the drivetrain and not the drivetrain, otherwise known as the rest of the robot. The mover thing, that's good. The thing that does the thing to the thing. Yeah. Somewhere around week 3, something happens to the brain of the average robotics member, and we're just like, can you go, and everyone knows they're trying to remember the name of the game piece because it's probably some sort of spherical ball type thing, but it's never called that. It's like the cargo or the fuel or something weird like that. You're like, we're like, just say thing. We all know what you're talking about. It's fine, buddy. We're with you here. Like, yeah, can you go grab the thing that picks up the thing and then moves it to the other thing? And everyone's like, got it, yes. And then you go. My advice would be, to prevent calling it, give it names early on. If it grabs something, call it the grabber. Just, sometimes practice goes late. We're tired. We're exhausted sometimes. Don't make it harder than it is. Just use names. Now, technically, though, a device that moves the game piece from where it is to where it needs to be. That is actually the official first definition of manipulators. Now, I would recommend this. To prevent calling it the thing that does the thing to the thing, call it the grabber. Like, grab the grabber. Go get that. You're working on the grabber today, okay? Make it grab. You're like, got it. And that's vague, but we all know what he's supposed to do. And yeah, okay. So, manipulate what? This is the first and tied for the most important question to answer. And that will make more sense in a little bit. But manipulate what? Now, game pieces come in all shapes and sizes, as you well know. If you've been on a team for a couple of years, They threw us a curveball a while back, and then another curveball. We'll get to all that. So what I want you to know. Okay, First has been going since 1992. The first game piece was a tennis ball. They forced those poor kids. The robots were not driven wirelessly. They were connected by an umbilicus. It's like a little cable going from the ceiling. It looked a heck of a lot more like FTC does now. They made them drive the robots in corn, like a corn maze. I'm not even joking. They thought that was funny. I feel like it was mean. They fixed that, though. The next year, it was wildly different. If you're here for round 3, you'll see the game field that year. If you want to know, like some people say, last year was the first year we had a water game that Andy Mark has been pushing since 1993. Technically, there was a game piece that was filled with water. It's weird, but it's true. 94, soccer ball, exercise ball, and an 8-inch. Inner tube, exercise ball, floppies. If you've ever met Andy Baker or talked with him, he has nightmares of this game piece. It was horrible. It was like if a beanbag, you know, from like cornhole, or people call it hole knot. I don't know how we did that, but like if like a regular inner tube, like from 97, inner tube like that, if it had a baby with a beanbag from cornhole, that's what it would be. And just try, just think about that. Just try to, it's horrible. And you're like, okay, now pick it up with a robot. Like, no, just no. What do you want me to do? Get like a spatula out there? Like, what are we doing? It's just, it was disastrous. They hated it. So, 2000, rubber ball approximate, diabolical dynamic that brought back some things. Soccer ball, stack attack. If you were around in 2015, or if your coach has been around since 2015 and they have horror stories about Recycle Rush, the game we played in 2015, that was not the first year we had to manipulate a tote. It was 2003, Stack Attack. That one was a lot more fun. You had to drive through a bunch of those on field. It was fun. I wasn't there for that. I'm not that old. Okay, 2005, tetrahedrals. These were, it looks like it's made out of steel, but it's not. They're like PVC pyramidal triangles. Those are fun, though. A 7-inch squishy in 2006. Inner tubes, exercise ball. Lunacy, that's crazy. That was called a moon rock. Freaking weird. It was like those slap bracelets. It was just, it was not great. I mean, at least it had holes in it. Breakaway, we had a soccer ball. That was a fun year. Locomotion, rebound rumble, frisbees. I think Becker's first year was Ultimate Ascent Frisbee year. Then we have Recycle Rush. And then what I would argue is the golden age of FIRST Robotics games. First Hold was amazing. That was one of the best years ever. And we were all so stoked and impressed and excited about that. And then they outdid themselves with Steamworks, which if I'm still doing this 20 years from now, I will probably still bore kids with stories of Steamworks, because I swear to you, that's probably going to be my favorite game of all time forever. Power Up, that was a lot of fun. Deep Space, Infinite Recharge, File Not Found. Rapid React, a basketball-sized tennis ball. That was weird. Then we got cubes and cones and rings, oh my. And finally, last year, we have Reefscape, where we had the 16-inch Nerf ball and 4-inch PVC. You're like, what the heck? Okay, now, question time. Correct answers. Which game piece had the most appearances? Be as specific as you can.
Soccer ball?
Soccer ball, good guess, no. You still get candy, though. Look at that. That's nice of me. That's okay. I do have to okay, we can't, not everybody with their hand up gets candy. I only brought a giant bag. I didn't bring like 5 giant bags. Okay, so if you've already gotten candy once, can you please put your hands down, give other people a chance to get cavities? What do you got?
I was going to say spheres, but I don't know if that's specific.
Okay, spheres, it's more specific than that. You got to name the size of sphere. Okay, we're going to get like specific, but not like wildly, like you don't be crazy about it. What do you got?
Exercise ball.
Exercise ball. What size exercise ball?
Bigger than that.
Be less specific. I know it sounds weird. The 24 and the 30, I'm going to give it to you. The 24 and the 30, there is actually, it's kind of weird. What were you going to say? 13-inch? Yeah, it depends on how you count it. And I'm going to say this feels like a trick question, and I'll explain. 13 diameter like dodgeball size ball is really, really close, and then the 24-inch. Now, technically, the 24-inch had 5 times by itself. This is where there's an asterisk by 2025. Last year, the size of the algae was 16 inches. That's not the same. It's not so. But I will say this. Other ones that people, who said soccer ball? Okay, that one falls under the radar for a lot of people. Even this, these are technically, anytime a game piece had more than one appearance, it got in the list. You'll notice inner tubes. 97, 2007, 2011, that exact shape did appear, but there were also triangular shaped inner tubes and squares for the first logo, which was Logomotion. Here, this one, squishy foam ball. 3 times we've had 10-inch squishy foam balls, basketball size. 2016 was boulders, they were gray. And 2020 was the yellow ones. So we had basketballs, gray. And then in 2006, it was the exact same material, but it's 7 inches. 25 is not 13, but here's the trick though. If you think of the 24 and the 30 together, they've had 7 appearances, but the last one was over 10 years ago. Now here's where it's going to get interesting. Outliers. Tennis ball, these are game pieces that have only had 1 appearance in the history of first. Tennis ball, floppies, okay? I pray that that never moves from the outliers to the made more than 1 appearance. The tetrahedral, I would like to see that one again. We did at Splash one year, they did like, okay, design a robot, think through game strategy for that. That one just looked like fun. You had to like stack it super high. The Lunacy moon rocks and frisbees. Frisbees, that was a lot of fun that year. Okay, now, here's where this slide, you will be tempted to make some sort of a pattern recognition strategy. I will strongly recommend you do not try to recognize a pattern. Any of you know Corey? He's a mentor on Becker 4607. Yeah, he used to be on Gearheads. Yeah, he used to have a full head of hair, but then he tried to like think through what the pattern was, and you will go insane trying to find the pattern. You don't understand how they used to just troll us. They used to troll all the teams in the entire world and release the insane clues. What was it for this year? Okay, Frisbee year, 2013, aerial assist. They released a string of numbers. We had to use a cipher to figure out that it was lyrics to the song Kissed by a Rose. In that song, they mention a tower. We were supposed to, from that, infer that the game would have a tower. And it technically did. And I'm like, for the love. It was, kids lost their ever-loving minds trying to figure out what the heck they were talking about. Anyways, okay, we got power-up cubes. What did I say about the pattern? 2017, 18, 19, 22, 23, 24, 25. You're like, aha. We have entered a time where there are no longer going to be situations where we have the same game pieces. That's tempting. I understand why, and maybe they will. Maybe next year, this year's season, 2026, we're gonna have some weird game piece we've never seen before. They do seem to have this pattern of, they get it to the point where you think, oh, I know what's going on. And then they throw you a curveball. And it'll just be like exercise ball, like 24-inch exercise ball. Like that's what they're gonna throw at us this year. So I'm just saying, like, you will be tempted to think, oh, okay, it's gonna be something new and different. And maybe it will be, but like, don't bank on it. Okay, this is when I said manipulate what? That's the tied for the most important question. Second most important question, how do you manipulate it? That's what we're dealing with here. This is the second and just as important. Okay, what do you need to do? These are all the questions you need to ask yourself basically day one. Kickoff, what are the game pieces, and then what do you need to do with it? Some of us jump ahead. We skip through a few steps. That is very understandable, but it is unfortunate. There are game pieces where your brain will be like, oh, like the cone. It was like, I'm gonna grab it. That makes sense. That was not the best option. Wheels were better. Almost everybody came to that conclusion at the end. We built a claw. We built a claw grabber. It seemed like the best time to build a claw grabber. There were teams that were very successful with a claw grabber, but my team realized we should have just put some wheels on it and called it a day. Those are things we know how to do. So you gotta ask yourself, what do you need to do? Are we dumping a large number of things? Are we hanging it high? Are we hanging it low? Are you kicking it far, or are you just going to dump it? Because they will take the same game piece and make you do something wildly different with that game piece. Sometimes you're kicking it across the field. Sometimes you're just dumping it over a line. Sometimes a lot of power. You need a lot of power to kick that soccer ball all the way across the field. But there are other games where that was a detriment. Too much power meant it hit the backboard and came bouncing right back out. And you like knocked your own robot out. It was like one of those videos where the little kid has the exercise ball and they throw it against the wall and it knocks them on their can. Like, teams did that to themselves. And it's like, okay, congratulations, you overpowered your manipulator. Yeah, are you going to throw it a whole bunch, a little one? Fling? That's a weird one you don't often see. That was what we were doing. You need to understand there are reoccurring tasks. And you probably heard the phrase, do not reinvent the wheel. Sometimes literally in robotics, I've watched teams reinvent the wheel. They have made a homemade wheel-like thing. And I'm like, wow, you really took it to heart. You really, the whole way. And there are times where they spend a lot of time 3D printing something that they had it in their drawer from 5 years ago, but nobody remembers because nobody was on the team 5 years ago, okay? And they could have just pulled it out, slapped it on the robot, and trimmed it down. So reoccurring tasks. Accumulators, collectors, these are games where you have a lot of pieces. And there will be times like that. Lifting high, having a long reach, this can be dangerous. Tall robot syndrome or top-heavy robot. Robots fall over a lot. Also something that a lot of us older guys had to figure out, realizing before swerve drive, before Falcon motors, and then the Falcons died and like all the replacements and the Krakens and all that, the bots didn't go that fast. Sim motors were super heavy and, you know, half the speed, half the power of the motors we now use. Which meant like it wasn't that big of a deal to have like the center of gravity didn't have to be as low as it is now. You could build tall robots and not necessarily worry about it flipping over all the time. But now they go twice as fast with twice as much energy and they stop on a dime. And that was never an issue we had to deal with. So like if you're going high, you got to be careful. These bots could not, like this one up here, 1510, that thing would flip over every single time. I mean, just imagine trying to drive that thing this way and then stopping the way we do. We have these amazing drivetrains now, and we give it to the driver, and we're like, drive it like you stole it. And he's like, I'm going to go slow so the cops don't. I'm like, sorry, no. Then, I don't know. Drive it like you rented it then? I don't know, but like drive it crazy. Full send. That thing will flip over every single time. You got to be careful of that. Delivery, launchers, there's a lot going on here. Now, okay, regardless of what you go with, and I've watched veteran teams with a lot of experience, but maybe it's a new coach, maybe they haven't, like, the thing you need to understand is a lot of what the older teams, yes, they have more money. Yes, they have more mentors. And that sucks for some of the smaller, newer, younger teams. But what they really have going for them is experience. They have failed. They have screwed up. And I've watched this happen in very good ways where a student, a young kid, first year on the team, they'd be like, what if we do this? And a senior's like, that's a brilliant idea. I love it. And let me tell you 3 reasons why it will fail so hard. And it's good because they're like, we tried it several years ago. Here's what we did wrong. And sometimes they will resurrect an idea that we failed with and redeem it, that's wonderful. But sometimes it's honestly just experience. And I've watched some older teams and younger teams avoid gravity. A gravity feed is tempting, okay? It can be slow, but the real reason is it will jam. It will jam. It can jam, but it will jam. Usually, if you make it to the playoffs or the eliminations, that's when it will jam. It's tempting. Why is it tempting to use gravity as a ball feeding mechanism? Somebody who hasn't had the candy yet, ooh, it's a red one. What do you got? It is easy, good, yes. Anybody else got a different answer? Yeah, gravity is a free force. You don't need a motor. You don't need any energy. You don't need springs. Gravity is a free force that's always there. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not. You're like, don't you teach physics? Don't you have like a degree in physics? I do. And you would think, understandably, that gravity will always be there. And I don't know what to tell you, but something happens on a robotics field. When you need it, it's not there. There's like some sort of a magical gravity inversion situation goes on. Yeah, it's just, if you don't have control of the ball, you don't have control of the ball. Like, you need to make sure, and this, you're relying on something that is unreliable. And you need to avoid it if you can. Now, that being said, like, gravity does exist. You need to like plan for it, but don't rely on it as a mechanism if you can't push a button. Most game pieces have a straightforward progression. It's this: intake, hold it, transfer it, move it if you have to, and then score. And there's different games and different ways to do this, and you need to be aware of what type of game we are in. So, what type of manipulator is good for each? Well, it depends. That's the thing you have to ask yourself. What's your limit? If you have a few game pieces, somebody shout out, if there's only like one game piece, or your bot is only allowed to hold one game piece at a time, what type of a manipulator would be good for that? Yeah, what do you got? Grabby thing, good. I like the technicality of the name here. Do you like the vanilla? Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah, you're right to say that. That's correct. Yeah, that shrug of the shoulders gets you red. Red's always the best color. Hey, that actually made it all the way back there. A few game pieces: rollers, grippers, clamps, claws, anything like that. What if you have a whole lot of game pieces? If they're just dumping, they're just spamming the field with game pieces, what do you do then? Yeah. What? Yeah, belts, conveyors, accumulators, things like that. These are all, you got to ask yourself, like, how many can I hold? Is it nearly infinite? And then you got to think about your strategy. The first day, teams will start, understandably, teams will start thinking about how to move the game piece. And that is a good question, but it's not the first thing you need to think about. You got to ask yourself, what are we doing? What's our strategy? If your strategy is to suck up every game piece on the field to deny the other alliance access, okay, you're going to need space for that. You got to think that through. You've got to ask yourself, like, what is our strategy? What are we trying to do? What's our priority? Because we all want to build God bots. That's a great idea, but not for most teams. Most of us don't have the capabilities to build the bot that is amazing at every single thing out there on the field. They're doing it on purpose. First, they're not new at this. They know what they're doing. They intentionally design games to make it nearly impossible. They're trying to force you to make engineering design decisions. There's trade-offs. There's cost-benefit analysis that you're supposed to do. And if you don't know what's your priority, what is the game piece we're going after more than any other game piece? What is our priority? Last year, if you made level 4 with the coral, if that was your priority, you had some decisions. You had some choices to make there. And that's good. You just got to make that decision ahead of time so that when two different mechanisms come head to head, you know which one you are going to prioritize. All right, rollers. Rollers they're really good stuff. These are, horizontal rollers are really good for gathering game pieces. If they are, what type of game piece would horizontal rollers be a bad idea for? Yeah.
Balls.
Any type of spherical object, exactly right. Why would they be bad for a spherical object? Anybody else? Spherical, what do you got? Yeah, it's just going to go up the top. What do you think that one was designed for? What game or game piece? Take a guess. Yeah.
Cube.
Yeah. The yellow cube from Power Up, there were a lot of teams with horizontal rollers. It worked really, really well. Stack Attack or the Recycle Rush, it pulled them in real nice. That one was super easy.
We ran horizontal rollers for Cone Cube.
Yeah. Cone Cube too. Yeah, that would work well too. Top roller. Why is that a good idea and what for? Yeah. Yeah. Anything else? If it's a ball and you get to pick it up off the ground, put some frickin' rollers over the ball, suck it in. Every time, always, it works well. Teams use it for a very good reason. Again, if you're only allowed one game piece, whatever's pulling the ball in, you can use it to spit the ball out for the low goal. It's a nice, easy way to do that. Okay. Simple mechanism. Rollers. There's a lot of variations on rollers. Rollers on arms. There's a lot of different ways to do this as well. Sometimes you will have independent control of both. This one, I will say, okay, this is from a more recent year. This one is from back in the day. Why would you want, for this game piece, what is the benefit of being able to control the motors independently?
So you can rotate it like this and this.
Exactly right. This game piece, if you're picking it up off the ground and it's flat on the ground and you're pulling it into the bot, if your arm, depending upon how your arm works, that year we had to hang that game piece on a hook. There was just a peg, we had to hang it on a peg. We've had to do that recently with the cones and things like that, and so you have to ask yourself, like, orientation of game piece. This was a very, very simple way. A lot of teams went super high. This team didn't have to because they could just rotate the game piece to hang it on a middle one or rotate it this way and hang it on a top one. It was a little bit more thinking through type things, but it was a lot easier mechanism to build. That's the other thing. There's almost always these trade-offs between complicated to design, simple to build, simple to figure out, but it's a lot of work to actually build the thing. What's the benefit of this mechanism? And does anybody know what it's called? Yeah, what do you got? Good. Where does it take the game piece? Yeah, it indexes the game piece. It pulls it towards the center. It's a very simple, fast, easy way to get the game piece. This has become very popular. It became a lot more popular when the roller mechanism wheels got real cheap on a couple of the different sites. They came up with little ones that we could use on our intakes. Get a grip. If you need to pick up a game piece, how much force do you need? You want to pick it up, and you want to lift it up off the ground. You saw a lot of teams several years ago trying to pick up the cone. Their grabber, it would grab it, and it would lift, and then it would just drop it again and again and again. How much force do you need? What? Enough. Yeah, I mean, like, technically, the robotics answer is you need enough. You want high friction. If the game piece is slippery or will become slippery, you need high friction on your grabber or whatever you're doing, whatever you're pulling in. But the thing is, this is where it gets difficult. If the game piece is hard, then your intake mechanism should have a little squish to it. If the game piece is squishy, then your intake mechanism can be hard. That's just a pretty standard way to think about this one. But you have to realize this, though, like, because a lot of teams, you need this. You need 2 to 4 times the weight of the object. So whatever the game piece weighs, there's a reason why on day 1 kickoff, they tell us the weight of the game piece, because you're supposed to be doing this type of a calculation. If the game piece weighs half a pound, that's heavy, but still not uncommon. Like the cubes, pulling the cubes in. People had these compliant wheels, which are great. They're very grippy for that milk crate. They'd pull in the milk crate and then try to lift it, and boom, it'd fall through, because the very flexible, compliant wheels are great for pulling it in, but they're not great for holding it when you're trying to lift it really high, especially when a bot hits your bumpers. You got to think through those options there, because that was an easy way. It took a lot of time to get the game piece in. It took a lot of time to get the game piece high for that pivoting thing. And if at the last moment, some little frickin' Roomba just hits you and you drop it, you just spent, good night. You just spent 45 seconds of a 2.5-minute game trying to get that game piece, and in the last 2 seconds, they just bumped you, and boom, falls, nothing. So you gotta be aware of these things. Now, I will say this again and again and again. If you're here for session 2, I talk about lifts and arms. Use mechanical advantage. It's glorious and it's practically free. Use bungees, use springs. If your motor is pulling your arms out, then you darn well better have a spring holding it in. This will happen a few times, but like, don't rely on your motors to hold the game piece. It's a great way to burn your motors out. This is another one though. Quickness covers a lot of mistakes. If your mechanism requires insane precision, if you have to line up perfectly, and I mean perfectly, if you have to line up within 1/4 of an inch in order for the coral to slide into the mechanism you're using, no, that's insane. Like, I know we practice in a quiet, calm environment where there's happy nature music playing behind us and everything's fine. But in a game, it's like, death metal music, like, that's what it feels like to drive the bot in the game. And you don't got time to like just lazily line up so that the coral can slide in perfectly. It's frantic. And you got to be aware of that. You got to be able to go fast, fast, fast every time. So pneumatic claws, motorized claws, or suction. These are your options. Pneumatic claws and clamps. There's a lot of benefits to all these. And this is the theme, if you take nothing else away from this. The answer to almost every question you will ask yourself when designing a manipulator is, what's the best one? It's like, well, there are options, and it depends. That comes up again and again. There are games where this is the perfect one. You'll see here, this is a pneumatic claw with roller wheels on it. If you're trying to decide between claw or rollers, why not have both? This is great. The pneumatic pistons, they're there to kind of keep the force on. These are a great way to apply force without burning out your motors. These are a great way to do that without burning things out. So it can be very powerful. It can give you a lot of control. And it can add more points for stability. The downside to pneumatics are, like, it's a lot to put the compressor and all the things on and have one of your kids work on pneumatics the whole time if you're doing it for just one thing. If you got like 2 or 3 mechanisms that use pneumatics, that's perfect, that's great. But it's a lot of extra weight and work and headache for just one mechanism. 2 is good though. This one I love, 2471. I stole a lot of these slides and then modified the bejeebers out of them over the years from a guy named Whitfield. He, in his original slide, said, you should never build a motorized claw. And he mentored this team when they built a motorized claw. I will say this, I no longer say this is bad or this is good, because there's always going to be a time where every mentor will have to eat their words. One year we had to build a mini bot using FTC materials, and it had to climb straight up a pole. That was weird. It was weird. Just part of your robot had to detach itself from your robot and go straight up a 10-foot pole. They did that to us. A kid, he was a sophomore at the time, he's like, we should use magnets. And I watched 2 mechanical engineers say that's not going to work, because if the magnets are strong enough to hold the little mini bot onto the pole, it'll be strong enough to stop it from going up the pole. Do you know what worked beautifully? Magnets, yeah. And I watched 2 adults with engineering degrees, both mechanical engineers, turn to a 10th grader and say, I'm sorry, you were right. We were wrong to tell you that that wouldn't work. And that was like learned humility through another person. I'm glad I didn't have to do it, because I was like, I don't know, maybe it'll work, maybe not. But vacuum. I have seen teams. The only time I've ever seen a vacuum work successfully was to herd the ball, like to keep the ball in front of the bot and not run away, which is helpful. But to be honest, there's not a whole lot of pros to it. My main reason for that is this, cons. You need a vacuum generator. That can take a lot of power. It can require precise precision. Yes, I do love, if the Pixar lamp chose to compete in FIRST Robotics, I believe this is what it would look like. They had a giant suction lamp. There's on and off, there's no in between. But I will say this, the main reason why I would not recommend a vacuum method to lift a game piece for sure is simply this. By the time you get to eliminations, the game pieces are misshapen. Like we all saw like a couple of years ago, the notes for Crescendo, those things got destroyed. Those things were battered, and some of them just ripped apart. So like the game pieces do become misshapen, and a vacuum will have problems holding on. So also heavy game pieces. This, I am tempted to go back and look at how good this game design went for this team, because I can't imagine that was great. This is picking up something the size of like a 24-inch exercise ball. That's insane. That's insane with that one. Okay, if you're limited to a few pieces, what's the best option? Yeah. Grabbers. So I'm sorry, I would say this. It's hard to say what's better since all of them seem to shine. I will say I do not recommend a vacuum suction for that one. So which is your favorite? Raise your right hand and roll it like this if you think rollers. Roll your wrist if you think rollers are the best option. Okay? Raise your left hand and claw like a crab if you think claws are the best. Okay, fascinating. All right, yeah. All right, cool. You can put your hands down, you look silly. But it was fun. I like that. That made me giggle a little bit. Y'all look good there. Okay, I will say this. There are games where I will say claws were the best option. There are games where I will say rollers are the best option. And sometimes it's not obvious. It's not easy to tell at the beginning of the season. So, okay, holds and transfers. If you're only allowed one game piece, this isn't really much of a concern. You don't have to move the game piece in the bot. Now again though, obviously there are exceptions to this. Crescendo, you could only have, you could only have one note at a time, right? Yeah. And yet still though, a lot of teams would have an intake mechanism. There were a lot of under the bumper intake mechanisms because nowadays, if you have any mechanism that goes outside of your frame perimeter or outside of your bumpers, you better have a second one ready to go for competition because it's going to get destroyed, like a lot. So if it's going to go outside of the bumpers, you might want to make sure that it can click on and off really quickly, and you got at least one backup when you go to competition. And again, this is the casualty of faster drivetrains. The robots have a lot more kinetic energy. They're moving faster. They have more power. It is scarier out there. All right, so that being said, so we used to have mechanisms that would go outside of the bumpers, pick up the game piece, and we'd use that to score. It's a little more scary, a little more dangerous, and if you have an under the bumpers situation, then you got to be having some sort of a conveyor to move the game piece through the bot. Conveyors and accumulators, both can be useful. If it's one game piece, conveyors can be better, especially if you have to get it up high. You got to move it to a different mechanism. That is also a little sketchy, or can be sketchy. Anytime you have one mechanism in your bot doing a handoff to another mechanism, that is added complexity that may not be helpful or beneficial. There's a lot of options here. Look at that one on the left. That's just beautiful. I love that thing. That's just so cool. And you can probably figure out and tell what they did here. They just have a cylinder in the center, and they would have their intake would kind of slide things to the side, and it would just kind of corkscrew up. It's beautiful, and it just looks really cool when it's full of game pieces, and they take it all the way up to the shooter. Solution 2 is pretty straightforward and simple. Rollers or belts, these are all good options depending upon what you have. Here's the question, though. If you're going to do a conveyor, the thing that you're worried about, like right here, these basketballs are already kind of jamming up here on the far right. That one's pretty good. You're not going to see a lot of jamming here just because of how the gravity is working on that one. But this is going to be a problem. So my question for you is you got to figure this out. Why do the balls jam? What do you got?
If you are moving them up like a conveyor after each other, they can get friction on each other.
Yeah. As soon as they're touching each other, it's problematic. This is what's going on. If you have a conveyor belt like this, you're trying to roll them up. If they touch, and they will, you got problems. So how do you avoid this? Low friction materials. That is a good option. So this one, you can have low friction. That's what this image is trying to show here. We just have a low friction slick surface here. So if there is any sort of friction between the game pieces, it doesn't matter. Here, individual rollers, that can help cause fewer issues that way. But then that's added weight. That's added complexity. That can be added gears. Sometimes that's the best option, though. Finally, this is more complicated, but it is the most reliable, and you will see that trade-off happens a lot. The more reliable, the more durable, often are more complicated, and more complicated means more likely to break down. And so there's always these trade-offs you got to be looking for. Here's the thing, though, that some people don't think about. How do you power your conveyor? Okay, this is super easy. One motor, life's good. This one motor, it's heavier, there's a lot more complications to it, but it's still doable. This one, though, I've watched many, many students over the years make the exact same mistake. It's a very, very understandable mistake, but if you picked up on the pattern to how do you power the conveyor, there are options and it depends. Now, okay, I've had students like, we're going to do this. We're going to put belts on both sides. I'm like, okay, great. How do we connect it? How many motors are we dealing with here? And they're like, we just power this one motor here. I'm like, cool, how you power the other side? He's like, we'll connect it with a belt. And I'm like, okay, great. Raise your hand if you see the problem. All right, if you don't have your hand up, or okay, let's be honest. Half of you with your hands up in the air, you're like, I see the problem. I swear to God, if this man calls on me, I'm going to freak out and just pretend like I want someone else to answer. Okay, what is the problem? What do you got? Yeah, if you follow the pattern here, this belt goes this way, which means this belt goes this way, and you're like, that's fine. No, it's not, because that's doing this. And then, yeah, it's a fun little carousel, but the soccer ball will eventually get dizzy. You just made a nice little loop-de-loop for your ball. So the problem is, okay, you need a counter-rotating method. All right, you could use gears. If, hopefully, that's an option and you have the right gears, that's added weight, unless you're like 3D printing, and that's problematic. You could do belt and gears. That's an option. Yeah, I heard a lot of people like, yeah, that's my response, too. It is an option, though. I mean, there are cars that use this method inside the engine. So, I mean, like, if car mechanics are like, that's fine. I don't feel like we can say no. I mean, but again, they're like, yeah, but cars aren't supposed to smash into each other, and our cars do. Our bots hit each other hard a lot. This is probably the worst option there. Okay, we are gonna vote. Okay, I know, yeah. Okay, sometimes it's nice to look at the bad one, because like, let's be honest. Okay, let's be honest though. Those didn't look so good. Those aren't fun. There's some headaches involved. But when you realize the alternatives are worse, you're like, okay, let's look back at 1 and 2 again. I'm just telling you. All right, now, so let's vote. Which one seems the simplest? Can we just all agree that 2 and 4 are not the simplest? I mean, 4 is simple, but why we're like, no? Why did people literally inhale? Everyone's like, at 4, and 2, they're like, oh! It's like somebody let one rip in the room or something. Okay, 4 is simplest. There's an argument to be made there. Why are we so concerned about that? Yeah, what do you got? Yeah, that's a great way to make the magic ghost appear, like smoke out of the robot. I don't know. If you've never had smoke come out of your robot, then like you have no idea what a panic attack feels like. When the ghost of the bot comes out and there's just white smoke, it's a terrifying moment, but it's nice to know the limits of what's going on there. Yeah, okay, so raise one hand for 1 if you're like gears, connected with gears. Okay, all right. Raise your hand and be like, no, a belt and a gear. That's fair. The question honestly comes down to the size of the game piece. Why would the size of the game piece change this answer? Yeah, what do you got? Yeah, if the game piece is a 24-inch exercise ball and you need to conveyor belt it for some reason, you're going to have, like, what, 2.5 feet of gears? I mean, like, awesome. It's going to look cool. You should put some arrows on there just for fun to make the little kids that come through the pits dizzy when they see it spinning. But still, that's a lot of metal. That's, even if you 3D print, that's a lot of, so you got to be careful with that, yeah. All right, accumulators are great for dumping. Suck them in, dump them out. You can integrate it with your collective system. Accumulators, some things to think about. They can get really, really heavy. Big boxes can get really heavy. What do you do if you have a large, heavy box like that? Big, heavy box. How do you fix this problem? Don't burn out your motor. What do you got? Make it lighter. Good, that's always an option. You'll see teams, I remember one year, team weighed in their bot. They were over, and they were just running with their bot back to their pit. And one of the mentors was screaming something like, each foot of metal weighs some number of pounds or something like that. And I'm like, that's not a great thing. That's not a great thing. Or you see teams show up to competition with Swiss cheese bot. What does that mean? Holes all over the place. I made one poor kid lose his ever-loving mind drilling holes into a sheet of metal because the person who designed it, somebody screwed up some sort of calculation, didn't weigh everything. So, but yeah, make it lighter. Okay, good. You can drill some holes in it, but what else could you do? Assuming you're not overweight. Assuming it's just a lift the thing. Yeah, in the back. Okay, good. You can replace the piece. What if it's really close to competition? Do we have time to rebuild it? No, probably not. What do you got? That's fair. Faster is an option. I will say this, though. There are a lot of games. These designs came from games where there was a bunch of fuel. The fuel was worth practically nothing. It was insane. During teleop, it was 9 fuel for 1 point. I know, it was crazy. To which you'd be like, why were they even there? It was a tiebreaker. That year, everybody focused on the gears and scoring the gears, and we should and we did, and it was great. And then the end game was awesome. We had to climb straight up a rope. Like you had to grab a rope and just frickin' rope climb up the rope and like hit a thing. It was great. It was fun to watch. But the game designers realized there's going to be a lot of tie games. They're all going to be tie games, and that's what the fuel was. It was the tiebreaker. You could shoot it up above, but you had to shoot into it was the size of a garbage can, like a plastic, Rubbermaid garbage can. That was the opening. And it was 10 feet off the ground. No backboard, no nothing. You just had to shoot it perfectly in. 3 got you 1 point or something like that. It was crazy. It was 1 point each to get them into there. It was like practically nothing compared to most games. So in this situation, you wanted to gather up as many of them as you could fit into your bot, and teams did calculations. They're not small too. They're wiffle balls. They look small. They were 4 inches in diameter. It was a lot bigger than you'd think. Anyways, the goal was pick up all of them that are on the field. There were 2 places. Each side, there were 200 on the field at the beginning of the game. And there was just like a lever. You'd hit the lever, and like 50 of them could drop. And you could hit both at one time, and 100 of these things just flooded the field. And then you just had to like suck them up like Hungry Hungry Hippo. My point with all this is you wanted to dump them into the steam engine like once or twice, maybe. If you could fit all 200, you're like, yes. You could starve the other side. You would win. Because the teams that were focused on the other things, with the other 2 bots, could do a lot. So my point with all that is you wanted all of it. I'm just saying this. Big boxes, and I said this before actually, springs, mechanical advantage, bungee cords, okay? I've watched teams, their motor's burning out because they put like it's a lever arm, right? And they put the motor down here. If they put the motor here, it wildly and dramatically changes the calculation and the amount of force that the motor has to apply to lift the thing. There's a lot of times where just moving a few things a few inches will dramatically change the amount of force that your motor has to put out. And if nobody is doing those calculations on your team, find somebody that will. Pneumatics, springs can be helpful. That's the real deal there. You can run it with a gear or a winch. But always, 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 if you can, add some mechanical advantage. Think through how to use the weight of the game piece to help you, not hurt you. That's not always possible, but if you can, go for it. Okay, finally, scoring. All right. Scoring, this is easy. Delivery mechanism. If you can suck it up and spit it out with the same mechanism, do it. There's a lot of games where these are, if you have an accumulator like this, if you can spit it out into a low goal, great. There's a lot of times where they have a low goal for teams that are younger, newer, less experienced, and they have a high goal where you shoot it out of. You want to be able to do both. There are times where there's limitations. There are times where there were teams that found themselves with nothing to do at the end of last year because they could score high with the coral. But like the top one was full. There were bots, they could only score on the top. I'm like, come on, guys, what are you doing here? You could only score on the top. Like, there's 4 points, most points, go for the points. I'm like, yeah. But they wouldn't be able to score low. They had no mechanism just to drop coral into the bottom of the reef last year, and they were stuck with nothing to do. So you got to think through your mechanisms. I know, it's weird that it happened, but still. Shooters, though. There's a lot of shooters, a lot of shooting games. They all look like this now. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of weird. Here's the question. General tips. Again, avoid gravity feed when you're trying to do a shooter. Build adaptive, flexible systems. Balls tend to change shape. Make sure you've factored that in. Your motor speed. To shoot a game piece, you're looking for 2,000 to 4,000 RPMs. Somebody should be doing these calculations. You need a gearbox for almost every motor we have. It is rare that you're able just to direct mount wheels onto a gearbox. Some of the newer ones you can, like a Neo, those suckers will shoot a game piece nicely with just a direct mounted motor. But do the calculations. Make sure it can do what you need it to do. And get the speed that you want. Sensors for loading. Here's the other thing. Teams will do this a lot. It makes sense. I understand. It's very, very tempting. If you have a conveyor belt that brings the game piece up to your shooter, okay, great. It's very tempting, and sometimes it works really well, to use that conveyor belt system as the loading mechanism into your shooter. But I've also watched that fail miserably because your conveyor belt's trying to pull a game piece up and your driver forgot that there's already a game piece near the shooter, and you just launch a game piece right into your own drive station. You're like, oh crap. So like, it's best to have that as 2 separate systems. There's this weird sort of balancing act trade-off where I want to do everything with one motor if I can, you know? I want to have as few mechanisms as possible, as simple as possible, do as much as you can, but there's always a tipping point where the added complexity is beneficial and helps you with these things. Again, this is something we often forget. What is your strategy? What are we trying to do? You've got to write that down. Put it on the wall if you can in the room space that you're using. Like, say it's your mantra. It's what are we doing? Because if your goal is to be My team last year, we made it to state. That was always my goal. We were very excited. We were very happy to be there. We could barely score coral. We focused on algae. We're like, we're an assistant robot. That was our goal. We did it well. We got chosen because of that, and we made it to state because of that. Like, we're here to help you. We knew we couldn't build the God bots, so we didn't, okay? We focused on our strategy, and it worked well for us. So just make sure you know what your strategy is. Now, here's the trick. Single wheel or double wheel? Maybe you know the difference, maybe you don't, maybe you know the pros and cons, maybe you don't. Put one arm up if you're like, single wheel all the way, only single wheel for me every time. Put two arms up if you're like, double wheel, double the arms. Oh, okay, fascinating, okay. What are the benefits of single wheel then? Since everyone in the crowd's like, double. Yeah, what do you got? Good. It's simpler to design. Yeah, it takes less power. You can pretty easily do two wheels off of one motor. That's recommended in many situations. What else you got? There you go. When we played the basketball game, two motors were actually problematic. It was a detriment. You needed some backspin. Also, flinging frisbees, two motors would have been you literally need to spin the frisbee in order to get stability on that thing. So one motor was the only way to go on either of those games. If there's a backboard, you want backspin, it dramatically changes the number of shots that actually go in. So single wheel. It's also a heck of a lot easier to build. You do, just like with conveyor belts, you need to think about what's going on the opposite side. Slick surfaces work pretty well. Sometimes in the kit apart, they'll have like a low friction surface or a low friction material. It's just like a sticky piece. It looks like cutting board type material. That works really well. Sometimes people will put rollers on the opposite side just to make sure there's no issues with that. But there are other times like backspin, you don't want the ball to really, you want the ball to kind of have a little bit as it's coming off the back end so that it sticks so you can get some backspin on there. So that's the thing. Okay, double wheel. All y'all said, yeah. What's the arguments? What are the benefits of a double wheel? What do you got? Good, you can control spin on the object. What else? More powerful, yeah, it very much can be more powerful. It's more control on the ball. You're pushing from two sides. It's going to be, yeah, those are all good ones. What's the downside? Yeah. Yeah, it's more complicated, yeah. How do you adjust for complexity then? What do you got? Say again? It can be harder to code, especially if you got two motors. Now, the motors we have are a lot better than they used to be. The mechanisms we have are a lot better than they used to be. All the motors now come with encoders built in. You have no idea how stressful it was back in the day. But like, the situation was this. If you had two motors like this spinning, if they're not in sync, game piece is going to go all different ways. Fair? So the solution a lot of people had is they would connect the motors with a gear or a belt. That's great, and it can be helpful. Or like sometimes, I think this one in the double that I have here, in the two-wheel one, they're just powering off of one motor and they're just connecting it by a belt to make sure that it's going. Now, so a double wheel, it can be more powerful. You can connect them. I think this one's connected by a belt on both sides. And I have watched teams, there is this, okay. You gotta make sure the wheels are connected and or synced up beautifully to make sure the motors spin at the same speed, that they spin up at the same time, or you gotta make sure that, get them fully spinning before you push the game piece into the wheels, because if one's fully spinning, the other one's not yet up to full speed. Again, that was more of an issue back in the day with sim motors and things like that. But here's the other thing. It is possible, it is technically possible to have a fixed shooter and you spin the motors at different speeds to change the trajectory of the ball. I would not recommend this. It is insane. I've seen teams do this. I've seen it done successfully-ish. It works great when the game pieces are brand new. As soon as they get a little wear on them, your math and the calculus and the trajectories just fall apart. And it's just, there's too many variables going in. Once the wheels have a little wear on them, everything goes to crap. And this mechanism that you had dialed in perfectly before competition worked every single time when you were in the build room on every single practice match. By the time you get halfway through your competition, it doesn't work anymore. Your accuracy has just gone to crap. So it's better off to do something else. Okay, why do we use turrets? Why not just move the bot? What do you got? Little man in the back. Okay, good. Yeah, like, this is an option. Like, if you got a shooter on a bot, the bot's already got wheels on it. Our freaking robots can turn on a dime, spin every which way, slide to the side. It's all options now. What do you got? Good. It can be precise. It's a lot easier to move the bot, or it's a lot easier to move the turret than to move the bot a little bit. Again, though, with swerve drive, they're pretty accurate. And plus, I've seen a lot of teams. If your team is using joystick control, there's a lot of teams that, like this, make bot go lot, and this make bot go little. And that is a very effective method for driving the bot. If you're using Xbox controllers, there's more problems and issues with that, but there are ways to go with that. I would say this, my main argument for a turret would be this. Defense is about it, really, because I only got a few minutes here. We're going to try to rush through the last part here. It can be a lot harder to block a turret. If you have a fixed shooter on your bot, you can shoot from one spot, okay? But again, though, if there are multiple ways to score and multiple scoring places, like the year we had basketballs, there were 4 different basketball hoops you could shoot at. I mean, it was wildly impossible to defend that game because there were 4 goals to shoot at. But if there's one goal and you need to shoot there, a turret can be very, very helpful. Obviously, though, a turret is more complicated and it is more problematic. If there's one goal, fixed targets, that's helpful. If there's a lot of goals or moving targets, and there have been games where the goal moves around the field. That's weird, but they have done that to us. If you're going to build a turret, make sure the bearing structure is solid and heavy. It can handle the forces. They can get out of whack real easily, especially if they have some delicateness to them. Lots of rollers. Auto aiming, yes, lots of auto stuff. Loading mechanisms, and we're almost done here. This is my favorite. I've wanted to put this on a robot ever since I came across it. It is glorious, magical, and I want to so badly. It's a way to turn rotational motion of, our motors spin so fast. The little ones spin even faster. It's wildly problematic. You got to gear them down crazy style. This will allow you to have the motor spin, and it'll just load one game piece nicely and get the next one ready to go. Reciprocating gear, similarly, can just push a game piece in with a fast spinning motor. Obviously, if you have pneumatics on your robot for other purposes, they work really good for pushing a game piece into the spinning wheels. Summary, look around, see what works for other teams. But again, the reason why I started this presentation off by going through all the game pieces is they are probably going to throw a game piece that looks similar to one we've seen before. Go back and look at those games. Figure out what they did. What worked, what didn't work. What are the problems, what are the issues? Resources. This is a newer resource, frcdesign.org. Write that one down if you take nothing away from this session other than there are options and it depends. It's a fairly new website. It's got a lot of really good resources, a lot of images that are similar, a lot of stuff that I'm showing you here. Keep it simple, make it well. Poor craftsmanship can ruin the best design. I gotta shut up here. We don't have time for questions, I'm so sorry. If you stick around for the next session, I'll try to make more time for that. If you want to contact me in any way, shape, or form, this is my email address. Thank you. What time do we start the next session at? 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes to get your next session.
I've taken more notes in that one session than I did in my 2 months of Spanish.
2 months of what?
Spanish.
Ah.
Oh, I took 1, 2, 3,
¿Cómo
4
estás?
pages. What?
¿Cómo estás? You should probably take more notes in Spanish, is all I'm saying.
Muy bien.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm psychotically fast.
Oh, yeah, move it wherever you want,
I
man.
use chicken scratch.
Are you the one running the presentation here?
Okay?
Are you the one running the presentation here?
I
You
kinda
sorta,
have
yeah.
to in order to keep
All right.
up.
Since you probably have a louder voice than I am, can you just inform everyone here that there's designated parking spots for this
yeah.
event? And if you're not on the
Where
right
are
parking
they?
spot, you will get a ticket. That's
Where are the bad parking spots?
I
So
made sure to write that down.
I know where the good ones are.
Where are the
so
good ones?
There's a parking ramp, I think somewhere that way.
Right, and then the parking lot right next to the right. There might be a ticket, just so you know. I was told to announce that to all the people, just so you're aware.
So just check that. So make sure you're not getting a ticket.
We should just, I'm just gonna sit here and wait and see if anybody's like, where's the guy? I heard this guy's a tool. Who you with?
Planning on scanning that.
Who you guys with?
Full Metal Jackets.
Full Metal Jackets, nice. Who's your main mentor?
Ryan Castores. It used to be Paulson, Andrew Paulson.
Oh,
He
okay.
retired last year though.
Huh.
Yeah, he had a little. Yeah, it was a little.
He was the huge tall guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the tall one.
Yeah. How long did he mentor for?
Oh God.
A long time.
Yeah,
He
he's been
started
around for a
Tool
while.
Cats, so whenever Tool
Oh,
Cats
Tool
started-
Cats. I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't think.
Whenever Tool Cats started is when he started.
That was
'cause
like
then he moved to
around
Fraser.
2010.
Yeah.
2013.
That sounds right. Did you wait? Yeah. Wasn't he on?
Crazy. Chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was on.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm thinking of you benefited from one of the scams I ran. It was fun. It was first used to sell light bulbs, like LED light bulbs, like the Girl Scouts sell cookies. We were supposed to sell light bulbs, and I realized I contacted my local electrical co-op, and I was like, I can get these light bulbs for like $3. That's what we had to pay. We were supposed to sell them for like 10 or something like that, and I'm like, I'll sell them to you for like $5, and you can give them to your people for whatever you want. And they're like, deal. So I drop shipped them to them. They cut me a check for $5 grand, and I paid $3 grand, and I just pocketed $2 grand. I then called every co-op. It's a lot more.
Yeah.
We're cutting out it. I know a lot of people use Xbox controllers. I know a lot of people like Xbox controllers. I don't like them. Yeah. My main reason is this, just this Manipulators Part 2. We are looking at arms, elevators, and lifts. There's a lot to that. I'm going to go through this part. For those of you who are, raise your hand if you weren't here for Part 1. Okay, there's a smattering of y'all. you can get candy thrown at you, like in a good way for answering questions, just so you know. Okay. Most recently, I was the coach of Robotics, Team 2225 out of Champlain Park High School. I coached that team for 3 years, and I've just recently retired from coaching robotics, but still teaching high school, which means I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll volunteer and go to competitions and volunteer, or maybe I'll just show up at teams' week 1 events and just drop grenades about design. I'm like, have you thought about this? And then just walk away. And they'll be like, who is that guy? Like, oh, that's a good point, though. We should consider. And then you just like probably like on Friday. You know what I'm talking about? Friday, week 1, you think you're like, okay, yeah, I think we got an idea here. And then somebody's like, what about this? And you're like, oh, frick. And you just like literally completely erase the whiteboard and start over. Those are always fun meetings. I coached 3023 Stark Industries from 2010 to 2022. So that's where I cut my teeth. That's where I learned a lot. Why not 3 parts? So part 3 is going to have a completely different intro. We're going to go through the game pieces again, talking about the different types of game pieces when we talk about the parts of that one. But part 3, I talk about field designs and field elements. Okay. For the new people who have not been here for part 1, what exactly is the definition of a manipulator? If you were here for part 1, you can't answer this again, but what exactly is a manipulator? What do you got? The grabby thing. You get red. Look at you. Oh, nailed it. That was good. All right, well done. Most kids will say something like, it's not the drivetrain. That is arguably the best answer for what is a manipulator. But then the mover thing, the thing that does the thing to the thing. Very small rocks. It's like, no, it's not very small rocks. The official definition first gives is this. It's a device that moves the game piece from wherever it is to wherever it needs to be. That is the official one. But I would argue to prevent calling it the thing that does the thing to the thing, give it a name. If it grabs, call it a grabber. If it's lift, calls it a lifter. Elevator, it's an elevator. Try to give it a name as soon as possible. Fun names are good too. Gary the Grabber, that's another one. Grab Gary. This one we talked about, so this game pieces, all different sizes. Tennis balls. I do kind of wish they'd bring the tennis ball back. I don't think they will, because we would all have tennis ball launchers, like ready to go for parades and crap, and we would just probably bean some children with our tennis ball launchers. And you're like, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. We could do like a little collaboration with, you'd like recruit the kid from the tennis team. Oh, random. Anybody have like tennis players on their robotics team? Yeah, what is that? What is that? That's like a weird trend I've noticed. I don't know what that is or what the crossover is, but I've seen that. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. We did have a water-filled game piece at one time early on. That was weird. I'm guessing they didn't do that for very good reasons. Water plus electric robot, bad. I mean, I know. Ramp and roll, that was a weird, fun one. Yeah, exercise balls. There's a lot of games where they have 2 different game pieces. That's pretty common. Ladder logic. This one, floppies. If you were here for the first one, you know how badly this was. Andy Baker, I believe Andy Baker was in high school and was on a team that had to deal with this, and that's why he hates them so much. This was just a giant, like, rice-filled it was just, everybody hated them. They still do. There's some big game pieces there. Soccer ball first appeared in 2002. If you have some older coaches that were around in 2015 for Recycle Rush, they usually say it like this, oh, Recycle Rush. We would all like to forget about that game, but it was not the first time a tote appeared as a game piece that we had to manipulate. Okay, now this one's interesting. Raising the bar. 30-inch diameter exercise ball and a 13-inch diameter, like, dodgeball. If you look back there, look. Diabolical dynamic. Exact same. Not that long later, same game pieces. This was rare. This was odd because 2004, 2001. Now, here's the thing. This was a time when a lot of teams were still new. Teams were still starting up. There were a lot of teams that participated in 2004 that were not around in 2001. But there were a few teams that there were kids on the team. They were freshmen, 2001. And then sophomores, juniors, and their senior year, they got to have the exact same game pieces as their freshman year, and they dominated because they knew what to do. They're like, it's still right over there. We didn't even take half of it apart. Like, we're just going to put it back on. And it was amazing. But you'll notice that you don't see that there is repetition in the game pieces, but they're usually not in the same period of time. It is not common for a student to see a game piece and then see it again in the 4 years that they are participating in FIRST Robotics. This is, if you have a coach with gray hair that's been doing this for a while, that's good. They have experience, they know what years and stuff, or they send you here to watch these presentations. Every once in a while, they'll throw in one of these outliers. It's just wild and crazy. We've never seen it before. Squishy ball, inner tube, exercise ball, lunacy thing, soccer ball, inner tubes again. This one, if you didn't see it in the first session where I talked about this one, this is where we had to hang it on the pegs. Those pegs got pretty high. They were pretty high up, and you had to make the first logo, so you had to put them in the right spots. Squishy ball, frisbee. Frisbee was fun. Recycle rush. And then the golden age of robotics began. 2016 was awesome. 2017 was awesome as well. Power Up was pretty cool. Deep Space, Infinite Recharge. My team, I was on 3023 at the time, we never actually got to play Infinite Recharge. Our event was in early April, late March, and everything shut down right before that. We never got to play. It was just one of those weird, sad things. Oh, I will say this. In 2021, if you don't know about this, we were supposed to design our own games, and a lot of us did, and they were a lot of fun. And you'll see some of the game pieces coming into play now, like the chain that we hung on during Crescendo. That was from another team's game design that year. My team, do you know what we designed in 2021? A game that had cones. Do you know what we figured out? Cones are insanely hard to like pick up or manipulate. We're like, well, we can rest assured that they will never throw cones at us because they're nearly impossible to pick up. And then like, shouldn't have said anything, shouldn't have said that out loud, definitely should have written it down. The team decided they were going to put steel at the top of the cone so that you could pick it up with an electromagnet, which was just, and I really wish they would have done that for us. When they did throw cones at us, it would have been a lot better. Basketball-sized tennis balls, that was weird. Cubes and cones, a note, which is like, that's not a note, that's like it's like a foam donut, but yeah. And then LG and Coro PVC pipe, that was, anybody else get a little freaked out or confused? You're like, it's gonna be a giant 4-inch PVC pipe. You're like, okay, I guess, I don't know, all right. So, question time, Katie for rec. If you were here as first one, you don't get to answer this one, but what game piece had the highest number of appearances throughout FIRST history? Yeah, what do you got? Which size? Yeah. What else, technically, if you think about it in a funny sort of way, there's a game piece that had more appearances. Anybody? What do you got?
Is it the inner tube?
Close. The inner tube had 4-ish appearances. Wait, 3? 3 appearances. This is where it gets a little weird. The 13-inch diameter dodgeball had technically, arguably, the most appearances, but yet also no in a weird sort of way. So where it gets a little fuzzy. My math on these counting is generous or flexible, I would say. So the asterisk on 2025 is last year it was not a 13-inch dodgeball. It was a 16-inch dodgeball that we had to play with. I am a little sad to, did any of you participate in a kickball game using the algae? Okay, good. See, the rest of you are like, oh, we didn't even think of that. I know, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't play kickball with the algae. Or, did any, raise your hand if your team purchased game pieces from Andy Mark not knowing how big they were or what they were, and you have 20 of them. Do you know, yeah. Yeah, 30-23, I wasn't coaching the team at the time. They have 20 of them. And I'm like, I don't know what to do with that except ball pit. I don't know where or how, but I feel like there's an abandoned swimming pool somewhere we could fill with those algae, and then, yeah, that'd be fun. Except my luck, I jump in, they all spread like Moses, and bam, right on the bottom. I still think it'd be fun to try. Now, that's why I have an asterisk next to 2025. It was a dodgeball ball, but it wasn't 13, it was 16. Similarly, the squishy ball 4 times, 3 times in the 10-inch variety, 1 time in the 7-inch variety. Soccer ball 3 times. That's kind of a bit of more of a surprise for many people. We've had a soccer ball as the game piece. And you'll notice this one was like clockwork. Some people were like, 2018, soccer ball. They're like, why? They're like, look, the pattern. Every 8 years, soccer ball. And I'm like, all right. But if you're here for first one, those are the people that laughed. You will lose your ever-loving mind trying to find the pattern. There isn't one. As soon as you think there is one, they're just messing with you. They used to troll us way harder than they now do, but they used to troll us way hard. Like the Power Up. Power Up, the video had a girl walking down stairs. The poster had stairs. She was playing a video game with stairs. It was stairs everywhere. I was like, guys, I think it's going to be stairs. Corey was on the Gearheads at the time. He's like, it's going to be stairs. Each stair is going to be 8 inches by 8 inches because it was 8-bit video game type stuff. I'm like, that's brilliant. There was a team. The mentor made the kids build a stair climbing robot. Like before we even saw kickoff, he's like, it's got to be stairs. There were no stairs that year. I mean, there was one giant stair, but it was like insane and nobody was ready. Okay, but like, that's the thing. All right. Funny shapes, yeah, inner tubes 3 times. 2011, it was funny shapes. So if you consider the 30-inch exercise ball and the 24-inch exercise ball to be in the same category by the math that we were applying to some of these, then that has a whopping 7 times. It has appeared 7 times, but it hasn't appeared since 2014. It's been over 10 years since we've seen anything that size. So, all right, outliers, use once. Tennis ball, floppies, tetrahedral, lunacy moon rocks, frisbees, throwing, Steamworks. Both the gear and the fuel were both first-time outliers. The Cuban Power Up, the Hatch in deep space, both cargo. I mean, it was still a large ball, 9.5-inch diameter, but it was kind of a weird outlier. Charged Up, both game pieces, brand new outliers. Crescendo, the only game piece, outlier. Last year, one of the 2, outlier. Okay. You'll be tempted to hear like, look, a pattern is forming. No, it's not. I mean, yes, but no. I have no idea. For all I know, they're going to throw 24-inch exercise ball at you this year. I don't know. It's who knows? Don't try to find the pattern. You'll go crazy. Okay. Now, we are going to be focusing mostly on arms, elevators, and lifts. Okay? There's a lot going on here. There's a lot to consider with all these, and there's a lot of different designs. And there's a few fun stories. So first, arms. Okay, guidelines in general. You want to build it lightweight. What a lot of people don't necessarily take into consideration is it's an arm, so it's going to go out and almost always outside of your perimeter. I said this first one, but like those of us who've been around first a lot longer, we did not have to worry about sudden stops or having high-powered motors. That was not a problem until after the pandemic. Now these bots go crazy fast and they fall over a lot, especially if you have, like you'd see teams, especially in charged up, a lot of arms, a lot of extensions, yeah, to get the cones up high. And so they have the cone at full extension and they're going at full speed and then stop. And it's like, oh, okay, that was a bad idea. New rule, guys. Like, we can't drive with the arm out. And they're like, probably should have figured that out earlier. Yeah, you should. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, when you have parts of your bot outside of your bumpers and you're traveling at high speeds, you might do your own goal and wreck your own components, or somebody else is going to hit you. So you got to be careful with all that. This is the problem, too, though. You're like, so it needs to be thin, but also durable. And you're like, idiot. No, you can't have both. You need both. It's problematic, I know. Design in sensors for feedback controls, especially if there's all the rotations need to have sensors. You need to have some stops on there, limit switches all over the place. You can never have too many limit switches on your bot. It's always a good idea. We were testing out our arm one time, and we learned we had a aluminum hex shaft. Because it wasn't going to need a whole lot of force, we weren't doing a ton with it, so aluminum hex shaft was going to be fine. And it would have been fine had we not accidentally, our arm just went down into our robot and just like, raw. It looks like frickin' licorice. It's just twisted, and it just twisted the living bejeebers out of it. And we're like, huh, yeah, I think we need a steel hex shaft. Like, yeah, we definitely, also maybe we don't smash it into our own robot. Like maybe that's a good, yeah, we should definitely, how about we get a limit switch on there? Well, we were just testing, and I'm like, how about not? How about we don't test it until we have some safety stops built in? Okay, now, limit switches, potentiometers, things like that. Keep it seriously simple. This is where I talked about a little bit before. Keep it simple, fewer parts to break. It should be as simple as it can be. Now, sometimes that's not very simple. Sometimes it needs to be complicated, and that's fine, but you should try to simplify it if you can. Does it have to be that complicated? Does it have to have 5 motors to do 2 things? That seems like a lot. So you got to be careful with that. Counterbalances. The motor can be an excellent counterbalance sometimes. Some of those motors are heavy. Some of those motors are heavier than others. But if you need an arm to pivot, you need some weight on the back end. I've seen a lot of bots relatively recently. They will have, the pivot will be like right at the elbow. I mean, I get it, I understand. Sometimes that has to be that way. But if you have the pivot, if you just give yourself a little bit on the other end, you can give yourself some bungees and some springs. That can take a massive amount of strain off of your motors. It can also, like you've probably seen it or done it. Teams will have, and their arms like, like it's just bobbling all over the place. The really amazing teams, yeah, it's like smooth as butter, and it stops exactly where it needs to be. Most of us don't. There's some shake, there's some wobble. The bungees, not only do they help your motor lift the arm, they also stabilize it. They give it a lot of strength and stability and help it stay where it needs to be. These are wonderful, magical things for you to put. Weights on the back is also a good idea. Any counterbalances, any bungees, any sort of mechanical advantage you can do is almost always going to be much, much better. Okay, what type of arm? A lot of options. There's fixed arms, parallel arms, and jointed arms. Now, if you're here for the first session, or if you're just a quick study, which one's the best? What do you got? Interesting? What do you got? It depends, and there are options. There are games where the jointed arm is the best decision. There are games where the fixed arm is the best decision, and there are games where the parallel arm is your best choice. It always depends. What is your strategy? What is your goal? There are teams for the exact same game have wildly different strategies and therefore different arms. If it is a simple game, if you just need your arm to do this, you don't need a wrist and a shoulder and an elbow. You don't need all of that. If it's just going like this, you don't need to make it more complicated than it is. So I would also say this. This year, my team was chosen for eliminations for one simple fact. We had watched the field guide videos. If you don't know what the field guide videos are, as a team, you should watch them. They usually release them on kickoff day, and they go through the field. This year, we had to get up on a balance beam, which a balance beam should sound familiar. When we did the charged up, and we had to get 3 bots onto a balance beam, that was not the first time they'd thrown a 4-foot by 8-foot balance beam at our teams. In Rebound Rumble 2012, we had to get 3 bots to balance on a 4-foot by 8-foot balance beam. The difference is in 2012, it pivoted this way, like the 8-foot distance was this way. In charged up, it was the other way. It wasn't like this, it was like this. But what people didn't realize was this. 2 batteries. 2 batteries. At the back of the batteries were 28 inches away from the center of this giant pivoting platform. Now, if you think about this, 8 feet, half of that, 48 inches. The batteries were the back of the batteries were 28 inches, meaning that you had to load the crap out of this thing with bungees and springs so that when you had 2 of our batteries more than halfway off to one side, it would still stay level. Do you get what I'm talking about here? The spring mechanism, that thing, in order for it to have any chance at all of balancing with 3 bots on it, they had to overload the crap out of the bottom of that thing with these powerful springs. So a lot of teams didn't necessarily see that. They didn't necessarily know that. And they built an arm that could push down a 4-foot by 8-foot sheet of plywood, which is very easy if it doesn't have enough springs to support 2 batteries more than halfway past. You get what I'm talking about here? People didn't know what the field actually required. People didn't understand. This was a while ago before we had like robot in 3 days and stuff like that. The analysis out there wasn't as extreme as it now is. But still, make sure to do your homework. Make sure to do your work, because like teams did not have the power to do this. So with that, you need to find out how much power does it take, and somebody on the team needs to know the physics enough to do calculations like this. You need to be aware the torque requirements, okay? When it is halfway out like this, when it's at the full distance, it will require twice as much torque. Factor in the game piece. How much does the game piece weigh? What will that do to your motor? What will that do to your gears? At what tension do your gears start slipping? At what tension do your gears start stripping out? You got to think these things through, because a lot of teams are like, it'll be fine. And it will be fine for your first few matches during qualifications. But the closer you get to the end of the competition, the more worn those gears start to look. And you just don't want them to slip in eliminations, which is when they're most likely to slip if you never thought through the calculations. Now, some of you are like, screw it, steel gears it is. That's fine, but that's a lot of weight. You just got to, there's always trade-offs and consequences. The other thing is I've seen a lot of teams, they're like, okay, in my students' defense, I'm like, okay, what motor should we use to power the arm? They're like, this one. I'm like, okay, why? It's a big one. I'm like, right, but we need to, and then like 45 minutes later, after we've gotten all the data, gone to the spreadsheet, done the calculations, this one, yeah, because it's the big one. I mean, 9 times out of 10, they pick the right motor because they've been around the block a few times. But at the same time, it makes me feel a lot better because we actually did the work, we thought it through, we did the math, we figured out what are the RPMs we need, what are the speeds we need, what are we talking about, how much force and torque do we need? Okay, jointed arm. All right. Shoulder, elbow, wrist. There is a lot of complexity to this. You have to realize that, okay, in addition to the complexity, you're going to have wires running through this thing or along this thing, and those wires need to be able to move. There are ways to protect those, and there are, cable guides. Those are good, but it's still, there's a lot of added complexity. You really got to ask yourself, do we have to have this level of complexity? Does it have to be able to swing side to side? I mean, like, is it going to sing Sweet Caroline? Or can you just, like, turn your bot, Like, is that a way to deal with that? Like, you just got to think through some things like that. You end up having a lot of weight and a lot of forces at these rotation points. They do have a shoulder, an elbow, and a wrist. And the problem is it can rotate in multiple directions, and there's just a crap ton of weight and stress on that first shoulder joint. The elbow joint has less, but still a lot. And then you're asking this wrist. I saw teams with, what was it? It was charged up, grabbing the cone and the cube. They were like, we can pick up the cone like this on the ground, and then we can rotate it this way and let go. And they got rid of that because that spinning wrist mechanism was way too much work, way too much headache, and they just replaced the whole thing with some rollers, and that worked way better for them. There are websites like this. There's a link to this website at the end of this slideshow. You don't necessarily have to go through all this work and calculations, but you do need to realize that every link you add adds stress and weight to the motors, to the gears, to the belts, everything. So the other thing, too, is figure out how much weight you have to grab. As we talked about before with getting the grip and intake, how much force do you need on the game piece, roughly? Anybody remember from, yeah? Yeah, say it. 2 to 4 times. 3, I go with 3 times the weight of the object. Whatever the game piece weighs, you need 3 times that force, okay? If it weighs, half a pound, you need 1.5 pounds of force. And you're like, how much is that? Like, well, there are calculations with the motors and the squeezing things. The fastest, easiest way to figure it out, though, is literally just build the mechanism. That's crazy, though. Like, put the mechanism on there and, like, have it lift objects. That's how you can tell fast and easy way. I will say this, too. The joke amongst engineers is how much force do we need? Like, what force do we need? We're like, 100 pounds. Okay. We're going to calculate it at 200 pounds. They're like, why? We only need 100. I'm like, yeah, but you don't want to calculate and choose a motor based on the motor's like 100% operating, you know? You never want to blow the motor. You never want to burn the motor out. You want to operate it in that range. You know, it's like, can your car drive at 120 miles an hour? Yes. Is it good for the engine to do that? No. It doesn't want to do that. Like, so don't push it. Figure out what you need, double it, and then do the calculations based off of that. Parallel arm. If you don't know what a 4-bar linkage or a parallel arm is, this is what it looks like. They're pretty cool. I like them a lot. I know, yeah, it's a very common design. It's nice. This is what it looks like, and this is what you have to watch out for. There is a deceptively large amount of force on those pins. When this thing goes, because this is what it looks like when it goes up and down. This slide was designed for the power-up with the yellow GameCube. There can be buckling at the lower level if you're not careful. There's a lot of forces involved. When it's high and tall, your center of gravity is up there as well. You have to be very, very careful with that. It keeps the game piece in the same orientation, though. That's really nice. If you're picking the game piece up off the ground and you don't want to tilt it, because there were teams this year, they would have their arm, they'd pick it up off the ground, and then they'd go up, and you just had to hope that when you put it up high, it didn't like roll out or fall out. This worked really, really well for a lot of teams that year. It's relatively simple design, to be honest. It doesn't take a whole lot, but, you know, got to watch out for those forces and those pins. What's better than one parallel arm? 2 parallel arms. Ah, look at that. That is glorious. That's just frickin' magic right there. Your eyes do not deceive you. That is not team, they didn't like rip some numbers off their bumpers. That's team 33, just 33. Nothing after that, just 33, not 330. Now, it's pretty. I will say this. That is one of the other limitations of this. You are limited to a certain rate, like basically the size of your bot. However, whatever the dimensions of your robot are, that greatly limits how high you can get. And Team 33 says, no, it don't. We're just going to slap a parallel arm on a parallel arm. And that gets to great heights. It's nice. That one was for the power-up game with the yellow cubes. So what's your favorite? Parallel arm 1, fixed arm 2, jointed arm 3. Do the one finger for 1. Raise your hand for like if you think parallel arm. Woo, parallel arm. Okay, put your hands down. Fixed arm, all the way fixed arm every time. And some of you are like, jointed arm, because it's not robotics unless it's complicated. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. And there are games where definitely each one works. All right. We're going to move on to lifts. Lifts are crazy. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of games that require lifts. And I will also say this, a recurring theme. Bots are faster now. Not everybody figured that out right away, but the bots are too fast. If you look at just the average height of a FRC robot, they're getting shorter and shorter and shorter. The reason why I bring that up is when you're building an elevator, everybody would try to build it in as few stages as possible. If the height limit was 48 inches, your top of your bot would be 47 inches, and you'd go as high as you could. Now teams are like, we'll fall over every single time we try to stop on a dime, and we do that all the time. So they're building like 3 or 4 stages, which is just a lot. Okay, extension lift. This is anytime the motion is achieved by stacked level sliding. This is a very, very common elevator design, but there are options. Some teams are not even necessarily aware. And there are scissor lifts. I got a fun story about that one that I'll tell you in a little bit here when we get there. But extension lifts. Okay. So here's the deal. You need a drive cable for up and down. There were teams back in the day, they would just power it up, and I'm like, how do you pull it back down? And they're like, we don't. Gravity will pull it down. I'm like, yeah, until it don't. Don't rely on gravity. If you get hit and your frame gets tweaked just a little bit, then all of a sudden those rollers aren't working so good and it doesn't fall back the way it did moments ago. The minimum overlap of your segments is 20%. Minimum. You need to make it strong and light, and I do know, I'm fully aware that those are contradictory, but you do need both. It's got to be light, it's got to be strong. It's got to have supports, it's got to have strength, it's got to have cross bracing, everything you can to make that thing as solid as possible. The minimum is 20%. It's not the maximum, it's the minimum. Why I say that twice? Yeah, teams refuse to abide by this. They're like, well, that's just like a recommendation. I'm like, no, it ain't. I mean, yeah, but no. I've had to fight kids on this. Now, okay, if you haven't caught on yet, the people who design the games do it on purpose. They set the max height for your bot. They know how high you have to get to score that game piece. And they try to mess with us and troll us. They tempt us. There have been many, many, many games where you're like, okay, well, if we set it at the max height, like, uh-huh. And the students always, they know my rule. And they're always tentative about it. They're like, okay, so like, if we make the first stage this much, and then this much, then we can get it. And I'm like, what's the overlap? And they're like, what was that? Less than 20%? Did you say less than 20%? Like, well, but like it's really close to. They're tempting you on purpose. They will set the scoring height and the max height of the bot in such a way that you could do it if you only had 10% overlap. And if you want the top of your elevator to just fall off and break and destroy everything, then you go right ahead and only have 10% overlap. But you have to realize that when it's at full extension and you're driving around, if you hit something or bump something or the score, then you're endangering it. 20% will keep it safe, okay? And I've had those fights many years. This is what it kind of looks like. I'll show you a couple other GIFs that show you the elevator going up and going down. There are a lot of ways to power this and a lot of ways to do this. You got to ask yourself power versus speed. Don't underestimate the power. Do the math. If you made it strong, it's probably heavy. You made it as light as you could, but it's still not that light. You got to make sure that your motors are strong enough. This is the problem, though. It's got to be. There are teams. This is crazy. There's a team many moons ago. They wanted their elevator to go up high to score the cube in power up. But they also wanted to use that same mechanism to lift their robot up off the ground for the end game. You probably figure like, okay, like one of those, you need to be fast. One of those, you need a lot of power, and you can't have both. You can have a shifting gearbox, but any of you ever used a shifting gearbox on your drivetrain or anything else? Anyone? They were all the rage for a while until every mentor realized, they're like, yeah, cool story. It's a lot of money. It's very complicated. It might screw up, but mostly the kids forget it's there. Like, and I get it. If you're driving the bot, it's very difficult to remember, oh, right, I can shift gears. It's way easier to program it differently. So here's the thing. Do you know what they decided to do? They realized that this motor, to make it fast enough to score the way they wanted to meet their strategy, that was good. But if they tried to use it to lift their bot, it didn't really work. The magic ghost came out of the robot. It started to smoke. Do you know what you know what I'm talking about. Do you know the name of the bot? It was the Daredevils out of Duluth. They named the robot Smokey, and they bought a bunch of those motors because they were the 775s. They were cheap. They had a lot of them. So they're just like, every match we're in, when we go to endgame, we blow out 2 motors, and the robot starts to smoke. That's why we call it Smokey. And then after that match, we just swap out the motors. And that is a solution. I'm just saying, like, it does meet the requirement. I mean, they're like, look, man, we've been at this for a while. We got 30 of those motors. We can do this. And I'm like, all right, that's an option. So, but power versus speed. Calculations need to include the mass of the game piece. You've noticed I've said that many times. It's because it's one of the most common things people forget to do. Oh, this is a must. You have to have brakes or a ratchet or something on your mechanism. You have to have a way. Don't force your motor to hold the elevator and the gear system and the game piece up at a high height. It's going to slip. It's heavy. It's hard. Also, forcing your driver to hold a button, that's not good either. You need to have some sort of stopping mechanism. You can do it electronically. You can ask your motor. Look, if you have your motor geared down so crazy that it's nothing to ask it to hold it, okay, fine then. But think through those options. Think through those ideas. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. There are 2 main methods by which you can power an elevator, and they both have their benefits and drawbacks. Continuous rigging is on the left. I think we're going to do that one first. Cascading is on the right. Now, continuous. Continuous starts this way with stage 1. Stage 1 goes all the way up, and when stage 1 hits stage 2, it basically like forces it to, there's like a catch. It just basically like hits hard and then it lifts up the other stage as it goes. So that's what happens like, now this has some benefits. If you have multiple scoring stages, then that's nice because you just, spin the motor, game piece goes up, score. Click it again, game piece goes up. I will say though that it's the same speed for the up and down cable. Yes, I know gravity works, but it doesn't. You got to have a cable running both up and down. The intermediate sections can jam. Why? Yeah. Yeah, you are asking a lot of force and a lot of benefit off of these things. There's just a lot of tension. There's a lot of force. It's just like, like that. That, right? Boom. Eesh. I don't like it. It doesn't feel good. You're just smacking the metal together. It's not my favorite. Yeah, say it again.
Oh, it's a lot of friction.
There's a lot of friction. And then look at the cabling. There is a lot of tension on each one of those. There's a lot. Here, you get candy for that. Unless you don't like the blue ones then. Oh, good. Yeah, I know, it's vanilla. Yeah, give it to Alex. He likes them for some reason. He thinks they're spicy, though, so make fun of him for that. Yeah. What are you going to say? You like the vanilla? I'll throw you one later, but you've got to answer something at some point, okay? There is a lot of tension, and it is more complicated. I will say this, though. There is something worse. Continuous internal rigging. You thought that was bad? Not yet. Look, the yellow cable is a bit exposed, so this is what they've done. They put the yellow down cable, they ran it all the way through all the extensions, and I'm just like, wow. I mean, I feel like there was a freshman that did something wrong, and this was their punishment, to have to like run the rigging and deal with that. I mean, it can work, but I would say, it does protect. That's the benefit. It is a little cleaner. It does protect the cables, but it adds a lot of friction. If you can make the friction work against each other, maybe, I don't know. It's just, there's a lot going on there. I would recommend Cascade rigging. I prefer this in a lot of different ways. I feel like it's a bit simpler and better. Now, this one, it's a little bit, I'll show you a GIF in a moment here, but there's a lot more forces on the lower stage, but if you notice what's going on here, hopefully it's pretty easy to see from the situation that the major downside is you do need to have a different system for the drums. The cable that goes up has to be a different setup, a different size, because it's traveling a much different distance. You'll notice, essentially, you are just controlling what is the red cable, okay? So this motor down here, turn the motor on, it pulls up, it applies tension on this bottom part of that first stage, the bottom part of stage 1. So literally all you're doing is you're just lifting that first stage, and you'll notice stage 2, because this green cable here, it's attached to the top of the base and the bottom of stage 2. So as stage 1 goes up, it forces that cable to lift, which forces the traveler, stage 3, to also lift, because the black cable that is lifting the traveler is connected to the top of stage 2. Everybody see what's going on there? Okay, good, because when I show you the GIF, it goes way too fast. I'm going to let that play a few more times, but you can see the base of the game piece down here. It starts low on the traveler, and it slides all the way up. This, I would argue, I prefer the Cascade because it's a little bit smoother. It all goes up together. It's less force. It's easier to control. You don't have all that rigging going on there. It's one of the few situations where I will tell you, I'm hard pressed to find a situation where I will never choose internal rigging. I'm not even joking on that one. But I'm genuinely hard pressed to find a situation where I feel like a continuous rigging will be better than a Cascade. I feel like the Cascade works better in a lot of situations. The traveler naturally flows up and down. You only need to control the one carriage. This, I would argue, is a simplified one. This will get you there most of the time. Having a traveler and only one stage, it's a lot simpler, a lot easier. This is obviously a crude simplified version. If you're going to have a traveler and elevator of any sort, you want to have wheels, pulleys on both sides of both devices. Make sure the whole thing is secured all the way. So, Okay, I very much bias the audience on this one, but it does depend. There are teams that do amazing jobs, and they will argue, they're like, look, the Cascade, this cable would be out exposed or at an angle or something like that, and they're like, we just couldn't do it. So they'd have a situation where continuous would be better. I'm sure there are some ones like that. Okay, now, so which is better? A pivoting arm of some sort, or, wait, do you have a question, or you just want to vote? You want to vote, or is it? Oh, okay. Raise your left hand for elevators. If you're like, elevators all the way. Okay, put them down. Maybe you're like, no, I prefer the arm, pivoting arm of some sort. Yeah, and it depends on the game, honestly. Arms can be simpler, there's a lot more force involved, but elevators can be perfect. I mean, there are times where you gotta go high and you gotta go straight up, and an arm just will not do. Okay, I will say this though, why choose when you could have both? Put an arm on your elevator. I know, then some of you are like, no. It sounds a little crazy, but I will say this. It can be difficult to get a game piece intake mechanism low on an elevator. Like the elevator, the whole point of an elevator is to go high, which means that the intake for the game piece is not, it's sometimes hard to get that down on the ground. And maybe some people are like, no, just have an opening in your bumpers. That's fine, that's an option. But this is a beautiful design of an arm on an elevator. And sometimes this is the best idea, because if you have to choose between adding an extra stage to your elevator or changing your traveler to a pivoting arm, the pivoting arm can in many cases be simpler, because it is really hard to underestimate like this, the difference between this, a 2-stage elevator with a traveler, and this, a 1-stage elevator with a traveler. That is night and day. It's not twice. It's like cubed or square. It's like way, way harder. And it is easy to underestimate the complexity and the difficulty associated. One more stage adds a lot, which is, again, what I'm saying. As FIRST has gotten more and more powerful motors, faster and faster drivetrains, the bots have gotten shorter and shorter, which is fine, except for the fact that it means our elevators are having more and more stages. There's complexity there. So you just got to watch out for that. Make sure you know what you're getting into as much as you can. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool bots with elevators. Okay, scissor lift. It has benefits. It does. There was a team here, Mystery Machine. They made it to state. They won state with a scissor lift. It was awesome. They did blow out a few things. Scissor lift. Okay, here's the deal. I said before, earlier, last session, I think, with the claw, I stole a lot of these slides. I ran through the ending a little too quickly, but I stole a lot of these slides from Whitfield, mentor on a team 2471. He borrowed very heavily from Andy Baker, and the slides you're about to see, this is from Andy Baker. He had the slide with disadvantages, okay? I've been using this slide for years. They tend to be very heavy, they're difficult to stabilize, and they don't deal well with side load. We've seen less and less of these large scissor lifts that go high as the years have gone by, because bots get faster, smack into each other. It can be difficult, especially if it's extended like this. There's a lot of precision required. If your team is good at that, sweet. Stability decreases with height. The forces at the beginning, the initial forces, are insane. When you do those calculations, because essentially the way it works is like you have to have this extremely powerful force pulling those bottom ones together to force it to go up. And if you've never had physics or 9th grade physical science, maybe it's not as obvious, but like if you want something to go up, pulling this way is not necessarily the greatest way. Like pushing it up, that's the easiest way, direct force. But if you're pulling straight this way, horizontally, to get a vertical force, you're asking for a lot of force. Now this is the part where I throw Andy Baker under the bus. The reason why this is important is I, for the most part, do not try to weigh in, because I don't want to eat crow or humble pie. And I don't want to say this is a bad idea, because as soon as you say that, somebody comes out and does it extremely well. So I would say that is Andy Baker's recommendation, not mine. Now, the part of the story that's during COVID, I gave this presentation virtually. And I didn't know this, but Andy Baker was in the virtual audience watching my presentation. Alex Urich, the head coach of Becker, he knew this. He knew Andy Baker because he was talking to the kid that was in charge of the session. He knew Andy Baker was watching. He knew I had this slide where I just totally throw him under the bus. And he literally got his team to come in and watch. They're like, look, Duran's going to make a fool of himself. He's going to throw Andy Baker under the bus, and he has no idea Andy Baker's watched him do this, right? Okay. So that was the setup. I get to the end of the presentation, and I'm like, all right, any questions? Little face pops up, Andy Baker. Apparently my eyes got so big, they filled the frames of my glasses. I'm like, hi. And he's like, yeah, your slide on scissor lifts? And I'm like, uh-huh. And he's like, yeah, 100%, totally agree. Yeah, change nothing. Yes, they're garbage. I hate them. And I'm like, okay, good. All right, yeah. I'm glad I didn't disagree with him. So I would not recommend them really at all on that one. Okay, summary. Look around, see what works and doesn't work. Know your design objectives and your game strategy. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? What is your goal? It's easy to forget that. Yes, your goal is to score points, but also, look, if your team is amazing, has all the money in the world, and they've won state several years in a row, okay, yeah, you should build a Godbot because you've done it before and it worked really well. But the rest of us have to make decisions, you know? We don't have that luxury. You've got to figure out what is your strategy. You either are in the top 8 at your regional or you are hoping they will pick you. Those are the only options. If you've never been in the top 8 picking teams, then you should probably figure out how to build a bot that will be chosen. Do you see the logic of this? A lot of us don't want to do that. We're like, I'm not playing for second. And I'm like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Unless you're the #1 team at the regional, the rest of the teams there are not going to be that team. Be reasonable and figure out what's your strategy to get picked. Stay within your capabilities. Think that through. Make it well. I will say this, one year we had a design and a mentor from another team, it was Irondale, came over, Nightcrawlers, and he's like, oh, I love your design. And I'm like, thanks, it hasn't really been working. And he's like, yeah, you built it horribly. But it was a good idea. And I'm like, thank you? Because he was trying to compliment us, probably on the spectrum. He was a nice guy. But he was trying to compliment us by telling us we built it horribly. But it was a great idea. And you need to understand that it doesn't matter if you have the most brilliant idea, if you have the most clever, innovative solution to a problem that we are all facing, but you build it like garbage, it won't work. So I'll take a well-designed, simpler solution over a more complicated, elegant design that doesn't work. So also, I'll say this if you don't know already, have some fun. Put some googly eyes on it. Name it something funny. Give it a, we're supposed to have fun, okay? We're supposed to laugh and joke around. We're supposed to enjoy this. It's not supposed to be stressful. I know it's stressful, but it should be good stress. I know that sounds dumb. Do you get what I'm talking about here? Don't forget to have fun. And look, if you don't talk to your robot like it's a person with feelings, I don't know what you're doing. But I would argue you're doing it wrong. The robot, I'm not kidding. If you're like, we're going to leave the robot in the trailer overnight, be like, he'll be cold. That's a good reaction. That's a good response that people should have. This is where I was saying I borrowed it from Bruce Whitfield, who borrowed it from Andy Baker, who borrowed it from Greg Needle. I think Greg works at Vex? No, the other one? I don't know, one of them. Okay. For all I know, some of these slides go all the way back to Dean Kamen. I will say this is a new one, frcdesign.org. They have a lot of really great resources there. These two teams, 254 Cheesy Poofs and 358, they both have a lot of really good resources. They put a lot of time and effort into making things available for other teams. 358 had the Electrician's Bible, where it has a lot of tips and tricks and advice for electricians who were not trained properly. I'll put that one back up, but I think we're done for time, yeah? Yeah, all right. Thank you. You got a couple minutes here to get to your next presentation. If you're here for part 3, then stick around and we'll do a little dance for intermission. What's your name? Full Metal Jacket, what's your name? Eli. Really? Eli? Okay. Nobody steals the candy, got it? If it's gone when I get back, it's your head that will roll. Hey man, how you doing?
You got bullied into doing it again?
Yeah, no, a little. I told Alex last year that I'm like, time for us to begin. We're going to run through this one. This one is all brand new material with the game fields. And if you've not been to this presentation, raise your hand if you have seen part 3 before. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm always surprised. I've been doing this a while. Oh, there, you're back. All right, I'm going to throw a vanilla one at you. Wait, I need to go get more reinforcements. Okay. I have now officially retired from coaching robotics, but I was most recently with Team 2225 Rebel Robotics out of Champlain Park High School. Before that, I coached Stark Industries Team 3023 out of Elk River High School from 2012. Yay, they're represented today. Okay, 3 parts. What are we talking about this last one? Kickers, catapults, winches, power, motors. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Okay, we're going to get right into it then. Manipulators, raise your hand if you've been to either number 2 or number 3. Okay, that's a lot of you then. All right. The man who wants vanilla. What's the answer to this question? A doohickey, yeah. Any sort of mover thingy? Here you go.
Thank you.
All right. To prevent calling it the thing that does the thing to the thing, you should call it the grabber or whatever you want to call it. Call it what it does. Now, this one is not really about game pieces at all. This is about field elements, and a lot of that is end game. There have been years there was no end game. I cried. I'm not joking. For weeks afterwards, I insisted that they were going to come out with a release. They're like, update, there is an end game. So sorry, we forgot to tell you about it. It's 2014. There was no end game. I cried. It was bad. This is what I told you about in season 1. They had to drive their robots in corn. There wasn't really anything to manipulate, just frustration and anger.
Like a corn pit?
Yeah, it's a corn pit.
Oh.
They might bring that back for FTC, but the bots were much smaller. They had to try to drive through corn. All the bots were driven by wire, like from above, an umbilical cord thing. Then it looked like, so maybe you don't know this, maybe you do, but the game field is pretty locked in and has been for a really long time. We now have a 27 feet by 54 foot rectangle. It's exactly twice as wide as it is, or twice as long as it is wide. And it's been locked in for quite a while, but it wasn't always that way. The game field would change dramatically. This was shaped like a dog bone or something like that. It's just these weird things. They did a lot of hexagons too. I don't know if the MMA fighting hexagon came from First or First copy. I don't know which one went which way, but First had a thing with hexagons for quite a while. The ramp one, this is just like a football field goal made out of PVC that you had to drive the ramp up and try to get the exercise ball onto. 96 there was a hexagon in 96 where you had to get some of the balls up there. 97, inner tubes on racks. That was a fun one there. Ladder logic, similar, this is a hexagon, as you can see below. This one was kind of crazy with the balls coming in on the racks from the sides. There were a lot of weird things like this with 3 stuff. 1999 starts to look a lot more like what we are familiar with. This was the dreaded year of the floppy. But it's still not quite there yet. It's not quite a rectangle. Bar hang. I said earlier that 2012, there was a giant balance beam. 2001 was actually the first time we had a balanced bridge, and this was exactly like what we saw in 2012, 11 years later. 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of plywood. This one, you had to get the scoring mechanism. Some of you looked at me like I was a little bit crazy, which is fine and fair, but I wasn't lying to you when I said, does the scoring mechanism move? And you're like, what is he talking about? They used to do this to us. They used to have, the thing you had to try to score on was mobile, and you would like score game pieces and then drag it around. That worked great until, if you've ever been to a design challenge presentation, they talk about chokehold moves. This was a lot easier. There was one team was insane. Their chokehold maneuver was there were 3 scoring pieces, and if at the end of the match, the scoring pieces that were on your side of the field, you would win. And so what they did is they built tank treads with spikes. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it was insane. They drove their bot over, they grabbed the 3, and then they dropped these tank treads down, and they just slow pulled all 3 game pieces onto their side. They destroyed the carpet everywhere they went. Everybody hated them. It was literally, there was no way to win. You could not win because the scoring mechanism was on their side. They got all the points. And 3 I know. Well, they designed the games in such a way that it's almost impossible to have a chokehold maneuver. But the other 3 bots from the other alliance, they would latch on to this other, and they would all 3 be pulling, and one bot with tank treads with spikes managed to pull it over even against 3 robots. But we had balance bridges. Bar hang, I'll show you a better image of that one later, and there's a story you gotta look at. It's great. Zone Zeal again, hexagons, that was the total thing. This was the one that I was talking about with Stack Attack, and you got to just drive through that wall of totes, and that was just fun. That was fun. Also, we didn't always have bumpers. I don't know if you know this, that was kind of newer for first. In 2015, we didn't have to have bumpers because it was not a great game. This one, 2004, bar hang again. Now, I don't understand this, but there's a video from this year. I don't even know if it was like a championship game or not, but it doesn't make sense. There was a team, they had this amazing bar hang mechanism, and they sent another team like, you gotta stop them. Like, okay. So they did, but I still don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. The physics of it just do not seem, I would tell you it was AI if I hadn't seen the video way before AI was a thing. But like, it's so weird. It climbs up on top of a bot, right? And then all of a sudden just kind of goes foom and hooks onto the bar and like wins the game. And you're just like, it should have flipped over backwards, and somehow it just kind of like that. And it's still, go check it out, 2004 bar hang. Like, I think the title of the video is Physics Didn't Work for a Little While. Something like that. This is the game field I was telling you about with the tetrahedrals from 2005. You had to stack it on different heights of pyramids. Now you start to see the game field starting to look similar. This is a 27-foot by 54-foot field element, and then that's pretty much what you'll see from then on. If you don't know, we did some robot lifting back in the day with Power Up. Power Up, if you could lift a bot 12 inches off the ground. That was not the first time we had to lift a bot up off the ground. Lunacy was crazy. 2008, there were game pieces only. There was no field element to, 2006 was game piece only 2. There was no mechanism, no lifting, no end game sort of thing. 2009 was nutters. This was, Lunacy was supposed to be like on the moon, and to simulate low gravity and low friction, they put the bots on just a super slick surface, and you had to use low friction wheels. Like, you were required to use low friction wheels. And so it was just insane, because bots, you try to take off, and it was like, full send, and the bot they were literally just spin your wheels the whole game.
Oh, so basically just black ice.
It was, yes, exactly, yeah. It was mean, it was mean. I told you, they used to troll us a lot worse. 2010 Breakaway, that was the first year I coached. You tried to hang your bot on these bars. Now, last year, we hung our bot on bars. It was the first time in a long time that we had to grab bars that were vertical and lift our bot up off the ground. Last year, it was hanging from a cage on a chain, which made it a little bit different. But this year, most of the teams grabbed a bar. Some of them went crazy high and grabbed the horizontal bar, but a lot of teams would just grab the vertical bar. And I'll show you one later on. It's my favorite ever. It's called the Armadillo from the Robotics, Team 148 out of Texas. I got a little bit of a crush on that team. It's impressive. They're crazy. 2011, the post. We didn't have to manipulate anything, but we had to shoot a mini bot straight up a 10-foot pole. That was insane. There were teams that had some very clever designs to hook that pole in a lot of teams had this fancy mechanism that you had to drive up just right. Other teams just like freaking full send, smash into the pole, and then something goes flying up. And you're like, what the heck just happened? That was fun to watch. This one, the balance beam, getting 3 bots on there was really hard, but we managed it sometimes. That's what I was telling you about. There was a barrier to overcome that year as well. Now, how high was the barrier? 4 inches, yeah. Yeah, if you've ever been in my classroom, I'm not sure why, I tell my students, like, the answer is almost always up on the screen. And they think that one kid who answers all my questions is a genius. He just reads the screens, 4-inch bar. That will come up very shortly after this. This was the one that I told you about. They released a list of numbers, and if you decoded them, you got the lyrics to Kissed by a Rose by Seal. And then if you listen to the lyrics, they talk about a tower. That's the tower. I know, they were horrible. Okay. Climbing the tower, this one, If you were around for Rapid React, where we had to climb the monkey bars, this was actually somewhat similar, and you had to look back at the monkey bars. This was a sort of similar issue. They had the same rules in that you could only hang from 2 at a time. You could only touch 2 of the bars at the same time. And the distance was actually almost identical to the distance. If you took one of these pyramids, some of the teams still have, if you took one of these pyramids and like flipped it 90 degrees or a little bit less, you know, it would be very similar to what we had to climb during Rapid React at the end. Game piece only in 2014 and 2015. That was the year 2014. Because 2014, it's hard to tell, but they have one of these, you know, like a lot of times in First, if they have a structure, like in Crescendo, they have like those pillars and it's like a triangle and like the scaffolding thing. That's what they had across the middle of the field. And I'm like, oh, we're gonna hang from that. I swear to you. The mechanism that the cages hung from last year, that's what they had. For no purpose at all. We just had to like throw a giant exercise ball over it. That's it. They could have had a frickin' limbo stick and it would have been fine. But they have this overpowered cage, and I'm not kidding you. Week 1, I was literally refreshing to find out if they're going to be like, so sorry, we have an end game. You got to grab onto that and lift your bot up off the ground. I was convinced it was coming. It never came. This, good Lord. That's the only one we'd ever seen before. That's the 4-inch obstacle that we had to overcome a couple of years before that in 2012. Everything else, they'll never do this again because it was so insanely difficult to reset the field. Because they had, okay, it was kind of cool, but also a horrible idea. The audience got to vote on which ones, and also the other alliance got to choose one of the things that you had to face. And it's a nightmare trying to build a bot that can handle half of these. Yeah, you could do some mechanisms. Mostly what everybody did was pneumatic inflatable wheels of a large variety, and you just frickin' full send and just try not to break anything. And then we broke a lot of stuff. Week 0 events, yeah. I'm pretty sure Becker destroyed Irondale's Week 0 apparatus at one point. Broke a lot of stuff that year. There's barriers and a bar hang. This year, 2017, we had to climb straight up a rope. You could bring whatever rope you wanted, but we had to climb straight up a rope. I don't know if we've had it. This one, bot hang and a bot lift another robot, because there's a whole complication there. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Lift a bot, 2019 deep space. Hang and spin, that was new. Getting a lot of bots to hang on this one was hard. 2020, this is the one I was talking about. Getting all the way up there. If you watch the video carefully for this year, the hooks on this in the game animation, they literally like phase through each other. Like the hooks go like this. And I'm like, wait a minute, pause, go back. I'm like, the game animation is impossible, so I'm not sure why they thought we could all do it. I will also say this. Okay, how much time do you get for endgame? Most of the time. What do you got? Say it loud. 30 seconds. Almost every year it's 30 seconds. Do you know what it was this year? 15. As much as you want. You could, after Autonomous was done, you could go over and hang if you wanted to. We didn't get that memo. We didn't read that. We thought we had 30 seconds. So we built a robot that could do it in 20 seconds because it's, you know, tight numbers and stuff like it. We got to week 0. And somebody started climbing like right away. I'm like, what are you doing? You can't, they haven't done, whew. And they're like, you can go climb anytime you want. I'm like, oh. They're like, why? What'd you think? I'm like, standard operating procedure, 30 seconds. So we built a bot that could do it in 20. I'm glad we did. That year at week 0, it was a lot of people said it was their favorite moment of week 0 because our bot made it all the way to the top and it fell. And everybody's like, oh. And this was great though. Our driver was like, because he was the main designer. He freaked out a little bit, as he should. Your bot drops from that height, you should freak out a little bit. But he had a stabilizer with him, and she said to him, she's like, it's all right, do it again. And he did. He climbed all the way to the top again, and the whole stadium cheered for us, and it was great. And I've never failed so hard and then received a standing ovation. I was so proud of them for just getting up and doing it again. I'm glad the bot could do it again, to be honest. It was week 0. There's a lot of rushing going on with that. The jump bot was awesome. The jumping robot. If you've not seen the jumping robot, They basically just like donkey kick the ground, and their bot just like whoop, and it grabs onto the top bar, and everyone's like, I didn't know we could do that. And they're like, yeah, me neither. I didn't know. They spent 2 weeks of their 6-week build just trying to figure out how they could pass inspection with the giant donkey kick of their pistons and not have because it was dangerous. It was super dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Anytime we're just gonna kick the ground real hard. I'm like, all right, go for it. The balance board, that was pretty straightforward and easy. Hanging off the chain, that was newish. I think it might have been the only time that happened. And then, of course, last year, cage hang. That was a lot of fun. It was interesting. Okay, so what was the most common field element? You've had too much candy, sir. I'm going to get a bill or maybe, I don't know, a recommendation from your dentist. What do you got? That was for this was just game field. What was the thing we had to do the most? What do you got? Bar hang. How many times? 7. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. Now, here's the other thing. Depends on how you count it, arguably, but I would say this. The bar hang reoccurred a lot. 2, 4, 6, 7 times-ish. Now you'll notice I have a few things appear twice. Deep space appears twice or something like that. It's kind of complicated. Times we had to lift our robot up off the ground. This was a time where you were supposed to, or you could, or you got a lot of points if you could lift another robot up off the ground. Here's the problem with that. Well, let me ask you. Candy for anybody, what's the problem with that? Didn't I just give you candy? Did I give you? No? Okay, what do you got?
The other robot can be a different size.
That's fair size of bot. That's part of it.
It can be super heavy.
Good heavy robot. You're right, but there's more to it. Here you go. You get candy. What do you got? You definitely are. But I would say this. When another kid, I don't know, come over, he's like, here's the plan. Our bot that a bunch of high schoolers built in 6 weeks, we're going to just pick your robot up off the ground. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Or better yet, sometimes they're going to be like, we're going to grab a bar, we're going to grab your bot, and we're going to, rah, like Captain America with the frickin' helicopter. We're going to do that with your robot. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. We don't trust you. I'm sorry. No. Look, if my kids go up and say we're going to lift your bot up off the ground, and the other team's like, no, I don't blame them. I don't blame you for not trusting our bot. We don't know you. We don't know you. That's fair. So, balance bridge has occurred twice, actually 3 times. Oh yeah, there's not a picture here, but 2001, rebound rumble and charged up. A 4-foot by 8-foot balance bridge has appeared 3 times. Lifting a robot up off the ground, somebody else's robot, trust fall situation, that's appeared 3 times. But lifting your robot up off the ground, hanging off of a bar, that's happened a lot. And I will say, yeah, if you didn't know that in 2010 Breakaway, we had to grab a vertical bar and then lift ourselves up off of that, if you didn't go back and look at how they did that, you can see a lot of good stuff on cage hangs on Robot in 3 days, but still. Okay, so kickers, catapults, climbers, winches, motors, decisions, lots of stuff here. Okay, kickers and catapults. If you need to launch a ball, these are great. They're also wildly dangerous. The whole point of this is to release a lot of energy very suddenly. That's a great way to break stuff and people. It's dangerous, and that's why. So fast releases, that's just a frickin' plunger kick there. Look, if you want to do a lot of power, this can be a great way to do this. I think, is there one? Yeah, this is called Thor's Hammer. The robot that year, they named it Thor. It's a brilliant mechanism to store a lot of energy. And the best part, basically they just had this heavy mass on a pivoting, rotating arm, and the candy launcher. Yeah, this is where we got the idea for the candy launcher. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Yeah, there you go. 3023 has a candy launcher off of this design, and it's just a little bit lighter weight. It's not like a huge, heavy ball. But the nice part about it is you just have a motor with a peg, and it just grabs the hammer, and as soon as the hammer gets a little bit past, then it goes boom. And yes, I know, we're relying on gravity. Sometimes it's okay. You just got to be careful with it, though. This worked really well for them. This one, though. Do you know what okay. They tested this, and I think, is there another picture? They actually destroyed their frame the first time they tested this. It just bent the living crap out of it. And you'd be forgiven for thinking the bungees that they have were not powerful enough to do this. But like this, make sure you have enough power and enough stopping power. If you're releasing a lot of energy, maybe you've never seen this before, but there are bots where like they kick the ball and the bot like jumps up off the ground, and you're like, it's kind of fun. But your wheels don't really love to be slammed on the ground a lot, especially if you have like swerve drive. Yes, sir.
I find it interesting that we've had catapults for almost 400 years and still haven't gotten rid of them.
Yeah, they're amazing. Catapults are just fun. That's fair. Catapults are just a fun way to launch things into the air. So the question is, okay, cool. Like stored energy, pneumatics, springs, good, yes. You need to have a good design latch mechanism. Test your latch mechanism. That's very, very careful. This is so hard, and it's often overlooked. You spend so much time designing and testing the catapult, and you don't always, it's sometimes an afterthought. But the latch is arguably the most important. It has to hold that power in, but then release it easily. That's a big ask, honestly, to have a mechanism that'll do that. How do you reload it? Look, a lot of our stuff, it's either pneumatics or a spinning motor. If you have pneumatics, that goes well. But there are options here. This is, people call it like a choo-choo mechanism is one of the names for it. This is what it kind of looks like. And it's nice because it catches and it pulls back and then it releases. Now, what are the downsides? What are the problems to this design, though? There's a lot of force. What do you got?
It's a lot of weight on like the pin that's.
Exactly right. There's a lot of weight and force on that pin. Where's that gear being supported? Yeah, one side. It's only got support on one side, and the forces are over here. You've got a lot of twisting torques going on, and sometimes that's the best design. Sometimes that's the best way to do that. This is my favorite. I love this. It's glorious. This team could kick a soccer ball all the way across the field, 54 feet easily without even trying. This type of gear is a very simple mechanism, cam gear or snail gear. Works really well. It's pretty easy. I would recommend that. Show of hands, though. Cam gear or choo-choo? Raise your hand if you're like cam gear. Okay, raise your hand if you're like choo-choo. Yeah, I mean, there are times. There are times where that is the best mechanism. The cam gear can depend upon, you got the lever arm. There's some complexity to it, but there are good options there. Okay, climbing. We've had to climb a lot. We've had to do a lot of bar hangs. There's a lot of fun, cool ways. It looks awesome. Crowds love it, and they should. It's cool. But here's the thing with this one. There's a lot of different ways. It's scary, though. The Robotics, their bot fell from a high height on the pyramid tower, and it was devastating. And they did manage to fix things, but parts of their bot never made it again, never worked for the rest of the competition. There are two main methods, pneumatics and winches. Okay? Okay, this. I love this. Look at the face on that kid. I feel like we can all conclude just by the look of terror that this is the first time they've ever tried this. This is the test. They're testing out whether or not the pistons could go. But also, look at the throw on the arms of that piston. That's insane. Like, what is that? And so, like, this is great. I mean, there are a lot of teams that had piston lifts on this season for this design. They can be really powerful, and they can do the job extremely well. The energy is stored in canisters, and it doesn't drain your battery like a winch will. Why is that an issue for end game situations? Yeah. Yeah, battery's low, or God forbid, somebody who's in charge of swapping the batteries didn't swap the batteries. And so the battery you're out there on the field with, it's already done a competition and it's already gone through a game. I know, right? Yeah, like we would never do that. It's on the checklist. It's on the checklist right there. You got to swap the battery. It's got to be a fresh battery. No one would ever forget that. We do it all the time, though. Honestly, the issue with this is pistons can be great, but they will often troll us by require us to have a distance that is greater than most of the pistons we have, or greater than most of the pistons that we can get in a short period of time. I'm guessing, I don't know, either they ordered these insanely long piston arms custom and got them real quick, or they knew a guy, or I don't know, they fell off a truck or something like that. It can be really hard to get pistons of that length Meanwhile, almost anything else you go with, it's much more adjustable. That's the thing. Like if your pistons only go 20 inches and you need 25, well, we're not using pistons then, you know, like, because it'll take too long to get them. Okay, winches. Now, it's just a lot going on here with winches. I love them, I recommend them, I've used them a lot. However, that doesn't mean they're simple. Look, winches, brakes, latches, springs and bungees. This is where they're good for high torque application. They're often very small. They fit into a very small space. They can give you a lot of oomph for the area they take up on your robot. Our motors are so powerful now, it's a little crazy. But there are things you gotta consider and take into account as you're designing a winch mechanism. I will also say this though, because our bots are getting smaller and smaller because of the speeds we're operating at for swerve drive, winches can be nice because of that. So hanging, climbing, lifting, these are all good options. Now it's a scissor lift. Okay, but what is the purpose of the scissor lift in this application? Yeah, all the scissor lift is doing in this situation, it is literally just there to get the cable that is powered by the winch. So it just goes up and clicks on. It's not actually really lifting anything or carrying anything, and it's definitely not supporting the weight of the bot. It's just there to hook the hook onto the thing. And that year, 2016, most of us built robots that could go under a 16-inch bar. Because that year, as you saw, there were 10 different obstacles we had to be ready for. But there was a guaranteed one low bar, and if you could drive under the low bar, you could go over to the other side and you could score. So almost everybody built a bot that could go under that 16-inch bar. And a scissor lift is a good choice for that type of a system. Yeah, was somebody, you guys were looking at that? That was one. 2056 convinced 1114, like, we're going to lift your bot up off the ground. It's going to be like, 3 feet off the ground. Huh? Huh? And be like, okay, how about you lift somebody else's robot? Now, do you know what 2056 did? They had a second robot that they had built, and they showed them carrying and lifting a robot that they had. You know, if somebody shows you a video of them doing it successfully, repeatedly, you tend to, yeah. Okay. Yeah, winches, hanging, climbing, lifting, all good. Now, guide your cables, they can get tangled. Gotta be careful with that. I prefer to use ratchet strap because it doesn't bind up. Metal cable is great if you want to destroy your fingers, but it can catch, it can bind, it can kink up, and it's problematic. Ratchet strap tends to be a little bit safer, but again, do whatever you want to do on this one. Leave room on the drum for extra cable. A thing people don't often realize or consider or calculate in is that as the drum starts to wrap more and more cable or strap, the diameter changes, which changes the forces and the speeds. It's usually not that big of a deal, but it is something to consider from time to time. It changes as it winds. You need to have some tension on the cable for the unwinding. There are a lot of things now where we have telescoping systems where they use springs. That's a great idea. Like a constant force spring will be really helpful for that situation. Calculate the torques and the speed. Don't use gravity to return, just like we talked about with elevators. In these situations, you're not going to want to rely on gravity. You're going to have a cable pulling it down in the other direction. You should have some sort of braking device or ratcheting device or some sort of catch or hold. If you're here for second session, you heard about Smokey, the robot. Don't rely on the motor to hold the weight of the bot, or don't rely on situations like that where you're just going to we're just going to blow a motor out every time. Now, time to vote. Raise your hand, pneumatics. Raise your hand and be like, pneumatics are great. All right, cool. Why not? Okay, sorry. You're very passionate about this. Oh, okay. All right, hands down. Winches. Raise your hand for winches. Oh, okay, wow. All right. Hopefully I didn't bias you too much. Pneumatics are really nice and simple and easy. And if you know how to do them, if you have long ones, you just hate them. I'm generally not yeah.
One of the most important things we discovered with winches is limit switches.
Yes. Always have, with everything, you want potentiometers, limit switches, stop them. I don't think, in second session I talked about how we took a bar of aluminum hex and we just twisted it like frickin' Twizzlers, is what it looks like now. Because we didn't have limit switches on our rotating arm. Okay, prevent backdriving. Now, if you go on, I think it's Vex's website, or West Coast, I don't know, somebody says, tools belong in your toolbox, not on your robot. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but also no, because like frickin' A, no. Look, if I have a bunch of half-inch hex ratchet wrenches, and I have half-inch hex shaft on my bot, yeah, I'm gonna use the half. Now you don't, if it's, what is it, Master Forge or whatever from like Menard's cheap, crappy, yeah, that's not a good idea, that's not gonna hold much. It's gonna blow out on you. But if it's a decent half-inch ratcheting wrench, yeah, it's probably gonna be great, you know? Especially if somebody's trying to sell you a ratcheting part to put on your robot, maybe they're not the best source of information. So I'd say do it, but you should have some sort of a ratcheting mechanism. The trick is, the problem, the issue with a lot of these systems is you want your elevator or your winch mechanism to go up, and then when you're pulling down and lifting the weight of your robot, you want it to hold and not release. The problem is, a lot of teams, what if you miss on that first go? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like you go up high, you're like, oh! But if you pull down and you're not in the right spot, or you're off, or you're to the side just a bit, you can't go back up because your ratcheting system is already clicked in, and your bot it's a one-way system. So you gotta be careful. If you can build in a system, okay? Some of you are like, we're just gonna put a camera underneath, and we're not gonna pull down until we've lined up. That's a good solution. Just make sure you have something going on there. A few more ratcheting systems. Okay, this one, I've never used this. I don't know if anybody has ever used this. If you do know of somebody who has, put me in contact with them. It's a seatbelt, and I want to use this for a lot of different reasons. Except my wife just showed me a joke, or it was like a video. It's like, when your seatbelt freaks out on you for no reason, and it was a guy, like he dropped something, went to get it, he's like, are we in a car accident? And just holds him tight. And it's like, you know how that is. You try to move, and your seatbelt stops you. That sucks. But if you don't know, your seatbelt works by an inertia little lever thing. You could hook this up so that your winch, your arm, whatever you're doing to grab on and pull down, it goes up and down and up and down and up and down. But as soon as you lift the bot up off the ground, the system catches. What do you got, man?
Another random fun fact, most modern day seatbelts actually have a minor explosive element.
Why?
It's a pretensioner.
Oh, okay. I don't like that.
Well,
Oh.
money though.
All right, yeah, okay. That's weird. Okay, now, so this is a design a kid came up with on my team a few years back. I still love it and think it was pretty brilliant. This chain was for our mechanism. It went up and down, and it was adjustable. But then we just put a sprocket on the chain, and then we just had, operated by a simple servo motor. When we were locked in and we didn't want, if it had gone up and down enough and it was at the spot, we would just have this, it just had 2 bolts in it, and basically it would just click like this. Like it would just, like you had the gears, and it would just go like boom, right in there, and it stopped it from moving. It was a very simple mechanism, powered by a little servo motor, worked really well, and we could control it. We didn't have to worry about the ratchet engaging and then preventing us from going up and down if we had to. Yeah. I have seen, I think there's an image, yeah. Somebody took the brakes off their little brother's bicycle and put it on the robot. And I'm like, I guess, I don't know if it works. That's an option. Disc brakes are an option. Gear brakes apply to the lowest torque gear in the gearbox. You gotta be careful with that. I've seen teams do that wrong. Vex planetary gearboxes, they're not as popular or common anymore, but they have a little ratchet in them to stop. You want to put that closer to the motor, not at the other end. Otherwise, it strips out pretty easily. Yeah, this is, something you should probably be aware of as well. Any gearbox that cannot be back-driven, some of the other ones we used to use a while ago, they're not very efficient because of that. If the motor or the gearbox or the situation says you can't back-drive this sucker, that means it's probably not a very efficient motor. There's a lot of friction built in. Okay, latches, as I said before. Whatever system you have to latch onto the hook or the mechanism, think it through, use some springs. Look, does anybody know what the bottom picture is of? Do you know what that's from? That's a car door. Look, if it's good enough for your car door that keeps you from falling out into traffic, it's probably good for your robot. Yeah, it's a spring, yeah. This part is usually on the car, or there's like a little like U-bolt thing, and it just clicks in. And as it pushes it in, it goes, and then there's a latch, and it click. Do something simple, if you can. I mean, if you have to have a motor to go and click, I mean, okay, maybe it's more control, but at the same time, do you have to have it? Is it going to be reliable? Springs or bungees. You can do hooks, locking pins. This is just a situation. Sometimes you need to hold on to it. Sometimes it's because like you have a hook and that's great, but you forgot that as soon as your bot comes up off the ground, it's going to swing and maybe fall if your hook doesn't have enough. And there's always that issue. We had this in Rapid React when we were trying to climb the monkey bars. It was difficult. You wanted to have enough, but not too much, and the pitch and the angle was going to change. And there were teams that had like just a little bit, and then their bot started swinging, and they fell. And it was like watching an old man on the swing set. It wasn't great. Start your latch design early. It's something we often overlook or overthink, or we'll get to that, and it always ends up an afterthought that is a bad idea. This is the one I love. Watch this. Look at that. Now, what you may not know is they had their number written on the bottom of their robot, and they would do this facing the other team, which is the closest I've ever seen to a robot just mooning the other alliance. It was insane. This is just the biggest flex I've ever seen a robot. This was in 2010. Robots didn't look like this in 2010. It looked not like this at all. It was crazy, but that's just a very simple spring-loaded latching mechanism that grabbed it, and then that is nutters, but yeah, that's one way to do it. Okay, question for you. What does power mean? I don't have any more vanilla for you, just so you know. What does power mean? Okay, good. Anybody else? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, here's the question though. What's the best answer you've ever heard? Like almost a joke or a wrong answer or something from a student that they're just like, power. What do you got?
Something Kim Taylor provides.
There you go, more power. That's old. Yeah, I don't know if there's enough gray hairs in the room to get that joke other than me, but I get that. Yeah, what do you got?
Zappy stuff that makes things do stuff.
Zappy stuff that makes the things do the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Do the big thing, yeah. So here's the trick. The students will be like, faster, bigger. It's just like, more. And I'm like, okay, yeah, like, look, you're not wrong, but also like, no. And yes, but no. Okay, what does power really mean? This is a common misconception. Power is, okay, so check it out, look. Power is it energy over time? Is it work over time? Or is it current times voltage? Which of these is the correct answer? Yes, the answer is yes. Good job, everybody. There's even actually one more. It is all four of these are correct. And you need to understand, though, that like, okay, look, the electrical energy you get out of the battery is power, PIV. Power equals current times voltage. And that is the equivalent of energy times voltage. But you have to take that electrical energy, put it in the magic machine-y thingy, and then you get mechanical energy, which is work over time, which is force times velocity, okay? Now, what a lot of students don't necessarily realize is, okay, so this one, in case it's not obvious to you, power equals, most students know this, work equals force times distance. Power is work over time, so it's force over time. But if you look at this, if you substitute in, velocity is distance over time, so if you substitute in distance over time for velocity, you realize that power is force times velocity. Now, you got to think about this, though. So it is both current and velocity, or current times voltage, and also force times velocity. But this means you must choose. You cannot have both. You either have force or speed. You cannot have both at the same time. It is literally not possible, okay? It's kind of like people who are saying, like, I had students, they're like, I want a truck that's, like, super powerful. And I'm like, okay, that's a lot of work over time. They're like, but I also want it to be very energy efficient. And I'm like, that's impossible. Energy efficient means you use a very little energy over a long period of time. Powerful means you use a lot of energy over a short period of time. They're literally opposites, and they cannot coexist, okay? I mean, obviously, though, so you're like, well, if you shut down half the pistons in the motor, yeah, I get it. Okay, but like, this is the thing you need to understand about the motors. Calculate the known inefficiencies and then design in a safety factor. I will almost always design in double. I'll figure out how much force I need, I'll double it. And what a lot of people, what's your stall current from the breakers? People don't think about this necessarily. We're only allowed a certain wattage. They will trip the breakers at a certain point. Depending on the motor, depending upon the breakers you're putting into there, you're only allowed so much voltage to draw on each one. Usually 40 amp breakers on a lot of the stuff that we're doing with the bigger motors. Do the calculations at 20 though, because like you don't want to be doing you're like, well, it needs to have this much, so it's going to draw all of it. No, it's not a good idea. Inefficiencies due to friction, binding, and gears. A spur gear is 95% efficient. A chain gear, chain sprocket is 90, and a worm gear is 80. These add up. Planetary gearbox is 90%, but think about this. If you have a few gear reductions connected to a chain, which is the vast majority of our setups, you've lost 19% of your power. If you're not calculating that in, that's a problem. And you're not going to have enough strength to lift this thing. So you got to make sure, if you don't know how to do this, that's fine. But someone on your team should have a spreadsheet labeled motor calculations, okay? There's a lot of these available online. You can get them. They do the calculations for you. Does anybody know what this is? What's it called? This is a motor curve, okay? If no one on your team knows how to read a motor curve chart, somebody needs to learn how to do this. This one I probably pulled off of Vex, because Vex has a lot of really good stuff on there with spreadsheets and motor curves. You need to understand peak power, there's output power and peak power. You're looking at the yellow is torque, and then blue is current. And if you look at this, stall current's 80. Cool story. Nobody cares. You can't pull that much current on a FRC robot. You're limited. 40 is the max, and you got to look at where they're at. You got to be able to read. It's fairly complicated. It takes a little time. Somebody should be spending some time on your team understanding motor curves and what they mean and how they work, okay? Okay, so how do you decide? Well, if you've been paying attention, the theme is this. There are options, and it depends, okay? You need to look at like this. How do you decide the motors? So I pulled this out of the spreadsheet that I use with my teams to decide the calculations that we're using. You look over here at, this is what we do for our basic decisions. A Falcon 500 and a Neo, what is their speeds, what are their RPMs? You'll notice that they give you this chart. The motor curve charts come with calculations, and they'll show you this. I chose 21.95 and 19.4 because they're about 20 amps is what we're going for there. And then it looks at like, because students often look at this, they're like, well, the RPMs, 5,800 RPMs. Cool. Not always. Like when? When is it going to be doing that? That's at max RPMs. So like these are the RPMs at 20 amps. That's obviously not what the motor's top RPMs are. You got to look at what's going on at the amperages that we are allowed to use. Then this is the torque in Newton meters at a 10-to-1 ratio. It's pretty easy to see, or hopefully you realize this is what we're talking about with the trade-offs, that at a 10-to-1 ratio in a gearbox, we have 1/10 the RPMs, but we have 10 times the torque, okay? You got to figure out how much torque do you need. Those are other calculations you need to be doing, okay? These are basic ideas that we get at 10-to-1 and 100-to-1 to see if we got what we need. You should calculate what are the RPMs, how fast we want to go. There's a lot of math involved in that. How much torque do we need? There are all the manipulators that exist in the world. But then, what are the manipulators that work for this game? What are the manipulators that work for your strategy? What are the manipulators that you can build? I'm like, great. These godbots with these teams that have like 20 mentors and like, I don't even know how much money they have. I'm so out of that part. That's out of my league. But like, I've never run a team with lots and lots of money or lots and lots of mentors. What can you do? What is inside of your designs? What is inside of your strategy? What is inside of your range? Okay, I think we've got a few minutes. Questions? That's the same as the other ones. Any questions at all about anything? Yeah. No, but it does increase joy amongst you and the people on your alliance. And it is, I'm not joking, there are teams that will pick teams. There was a team a couple years, they had a frickin' Roomba. It could do nothing. But they put a kiddie pool on their robot. with googly eyes. And there was a team that like hit him so hard the kiddie pool fell off, and it was like, oh, and they're like, we hate you now. Like, and it's just like it was the most simple, basic kit bot I've seen with a kiddie pool on it, and the kid googly eyes and make them be able to move. Yeah. I don't know, but I would not run them at 40 amps. I would say don't. I would say use a gearbox. If you need that much torque, you should use a gearbox or a different motor or some sort of different system or some sort of different mechanical advantage. I mean, I get it. There are times where you're like, oh, crap. We didn't think this part through or this part through. Or literally, you watch, like let's say you're competing week 3 and you see somebody do something week 1. And you're like, oh, we could do it. We could do it. We could do it. And you're like, well, we could if we push the motor hard. I get, if you're in that sort of situation, I get it. But hopefully, you've planned it out ahead of time where that's not a situation you run yourself into. I mean, like if you want to name a robot Smokey, I guess, go for it. But like, yeah. Oh, that's a great question. I don't know, but I will. Okay, I will say this. Back in the day, 2012-ish, if you had 3 robots that looked similar at a competition, people would get them together and take a photograph because that was rare. All the bots were wildly different. Now it's like the reverse. Now all the bots look the same. They all look, and obviously not all the bots, but there's a lot of similarities. The bots look, there's a lot of similarities. Now if you have 3 bots that don't look like all the other bots, you get them together and take a photograph because they're different and they're unique. Yeah?
You think that's because of Robot in 3 days?
I think that's part of it. I think that's part of it. I think Robot in 3 days can narrow our vision sometimes, and that is, I don't know. It's also hard too because a lot of teams, my team included, our climbing mechanism was the Robotics design. We modified it a little bit and we changed it a little bit, but it worked really well. It was like a spring-loaded, like click, click, grab, and pull. I mean, it worked well. We had a different design. It was garbage. We threw it away and got a better one. Yeah, but like to your point, I don't know. But if I see somebody with a car seat belt for their ratchet mechanism on a climber, I'm going to give them an award of some sort. That's just awesome. I've seen some cool, clever designs. I love it. Like if you ever watch Lego Master Builders, they give out awards for like most clever use of a thing. One year, so like you know the hatch from 2019 is a big thing. We cut that in half and we used it as a part of our manipulator, and people thought it was awesome, and I did too. So like I don't know, just using old stuff. If you have a gear from Steamworks and you repurpose that and put it on your bot and like used it to actually do a thing, the old timers are going to love that. Yeah.
Last year we had a seatbelt on our to hold our battery in place.
That's genius. We should all do that. Or maybe even easier, kiddie like car seats for children. You gotta like throw those away or some crap like that. Rip out the seatbelt stuff, and then that's a good thing to click it in. Yeah.
What about, this is kind of going back to part 2.
Sure.
But what about like multi-stage arms? Like I know this year we ran an arm that popped out with a rack and pinion.
Oh, okay.
So
Like,
have you seen
I've seen it work really well. The question you just got to ask yourself is like it's the whole trade-off with complexity and weight, and that happens with almost everything, almost every design we're talking about here. The more complicated, the more things that can break, the more issues you have, the weight limits and things like that. I will say this for a really, really long time. First, in general, we did not recommend you use some sort of spring-loaded pullback mechanism. And then Andy Mark, Climber in a Box, came out, and it's just a spring-loaded. I mean, like the spring-loaded does the lifting like the scissor lift, and then you have a winch to pull it back. It works really well. That's the other thing, though. I think that there's back in the day, Andy Mark didn't have so many like mechanism in a box. Yeah. And Vex and West Coast products, they didn't have. You couldn't buy an elevator. It wasn't an option. You couldn't buy an elevator. You had to make it yourself out of frickin' shoestrings and super glue, you know? Not literally, I'm joking, don't do that. But like, you couldn't buy mechanisms. There wasn't an option. You couldn't buy a climber in a box with the hooks already there. So I think that's part of the reason why the bots are looking more and more similar. You can just buy it. And at the same time, I don't know, for the love. It's hard and it's complicated. If you got money and you buy it, okay, cool. If you don't, I hope you got another way to do that. So I will not keep you. We're a little bit past. If you want to stick around, I will answer questions. If you want to leave and don't want to be rude, feel free to leave. Go to lunch or your next session. Or what lunch is first lunch?
Welcome to my class on failure. And last year I introduced this class and it was a bit of a failure, so I decided to spice it up a little bit. So anyway, we were discussing this in Duluth with some mentors one time, and we just landed on the fact that, you know what, this is a safe place to fail. If you're going to try something new, you're going to fail, this is the place to do it. You're in a supportive atmosphere, and it's a great place to try something new. Come on in. We have plenty of room for failure in here. Come on in. We're just getting started. So, like I said earlier, I did this class last year and it failed a bit. So, I brought some more. I have some more stuff to add to it in case we don't have a lot of panel discussion here. So, we were discussing in Duluth a couple of years ago just some, how much you learn from failing. And it's like, this is a good place to do it, a good place to try things new. And I got a quote, Einstein is a favorite quote. I looked up some quotes on failure, if I can read my writing. Albert Einstein says, anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. And when you try something new, and that's what we want you to do in this program, is try new things, try stuff you've never done before. And if you do stuff you've never done before, a lot of times you're going to fail, but that's okay, because you're in the right place for it. You're in a safe place for it. We're not going to ridicule you, whatever, and there's going to be supportive people around you. So, anyway, this class, a la Sesame Street, this class on failure has been brought to you by Recycle Rush. The worst game ever. I think we can all agree on that. So anyway, Thomas Edison, one of the most famous inventors of all time, he was known to have worked very hard inventing the light bulb, and he tried many, many different ways in it. He thought he would never get it, and he went on and on and on and tried and tried and tried, and he is quoted as saying, he says, I have not failed, I just found 10,000 ways that won't work. So Thomas Edison worked very hard on his inventions, and he also said genius is 1 part inspiration, 99% perspiration. So he worked very hard. Come on in, have a seat. We're just getting started here. So I got a few Thomas Edison quotes here. One here is, we often miss opportunities because it is dressed in overalls and it looks like work. That's Thomas Edison again. If we did all the things we are really capable of doing, we would literally astound ourselves. And one more, just because something doesn't do what you planned it to do, doesn't mean it's useless. So, and we're going to get back to that one in a little bit. I'm going to tell a story of my team. Well, it's only 1:34. We got a lot of time to fill here. I hope you brought all your failure stories. So many, many years ago, my original team, we started out and we had a pretty good rookie year. Then our next year was kind of a strange and amazing year. And we had very, very few kids on the team. Well, then the third year we got a bunch of new kids. Great, we're experienced, we know what we're doing. Does this seem a little loud? It seems a little loud. No, you're good. Okay. We had a bunch of new kids, and they're all excited, and hey, we're going to have a fantastic year. We had the inmates running the asylum. We had a whole bunch of new kids. that thought they knew everything were not listening to us at all. And I was just pulling my hair out. I don't know what to do with these kids. And we went, they built a robot that was way too complicated and nothing worked. So, you know, the more complicated robots you build, the more problems you can have. So you can build the Godbot, as they say, the one that does everything, but it might not do it all well. So these kids they tried to build this fantastic robot that could do everything. Unfortunately, it could do nothing. And they would not listen, and it was a disaster year. And then we went to inspection. And you ever see these teams that get pushed through inspection at the very last minute on inspection day? That was us. And I'm a veteran inspector. I was embarrassed. I was truly embarrassed. And then we put the robot on the field for a match. And at the end of the match, we picked it up off the field in the same place we put it down. And we did that 8 or 10 times, or however many matches there were. I don't think it ever moved once, never scored once. I think our human player scored 1 point somewhere along the line, kind of by accident or whatever. But it was a disaster. And I knew it was going to be, because they had too many things wrong. They wouldn't listen. Because they did not have the attitude, we're here to learn. They thought they knew everything, and so we learned a very hard lesson. It was a big pill to swallow. Came back from Duluth with our tail between our legs. And next year, it was completely different. They built a simpler robot. They listened to us. And but that was a big fail. And but unfortunately, they're still in high school, and they're there to learn a lesson. They're there to learn, and sometimes you have to learn things the hard way. But that was a big fail. But when you try something new, how many's never failed? Never failed anything? Because you try new things, don't you? So, does anybody have a good failure story for us? Anytime your team failed, something didn't work as planned, hopefully you learned something from it. Yes.
I got one. So back in 2024 for Crescendo,
Okay.
one of our alumni that's graduated, he got this giant steel drum that we're going to put motors in.
Okay.
Long story short, when at our first week 0, we smoked out because we didn't have anything, no access holes for anything. We just smoked out.
So when you smoked out, what did you burn up motors or?
We burned up some of the wires for the motors, like a good chunk of them. We're just all cut and burnt and all that.
So did you do something different next year?
Actually, same year we decided, hey, let's just machine a different one with actual access holes to the motors, so then it would heat up a bunch, and there wouldn't be any debris in it to cause all that cutting as well.
Are you getting metal chips in your motors too, or?
Just for that one time, yes.
We used to preach about, here comes Todd. Hello, Todd. We used to preach about making a removable electric board. We would take an electric board and have everything on plugs, so you can unplug it and pop the whole electric board out of there. And it was a really good thing because your electrical people can work on your electric board. And if you got to drill more holes or whatever, you don't get a bunch of metal chips in your electronics. It's kind of a cool concept. So does anybody else have some good failure stories? I have a couple in the bag here if we need them. Yes.
Kind of in some program, and I've done a lot more in terms of FTC, but that is also kind of translated to FRC.
Mm-hmm.
First year in FTC was didn't know anything we were doing, so the team was kind of thrown together. We didn't know what we were doing. We made the dreaded pitchfork design, which was just a two-pronged pitchfork with a bunch of wheels. Learned A, that it was not very good at all. B, we didn't know how to make an intake. C, barely any of us knew how to code. And D, the front was way too heavy. I don't remember, it was a while ago. Next year, we kind of learned a little bit better for that. Still messed up a couple of places. That year we had a little bit more of team structuring issues. And throughout my 4-ish years of doing FTC, it's kind of just been our group of start out, you get a bunch of issues, you fix issues, or you know whatever you messed up from last year, you bring into that. So FTC is a really good ramp for that because it was a whole bunch of failure.
Yeah, that's good though. Because it's good to do failure early in life, and you can learn from it and grow from that. So yeah, and your stories don't have to be robotics necessarily either. So anything. How many people know the story about Apollo 13? You know the Apollo 13 story, more or less? Does somebody want to tell that story or tell me what you know about it?
The oxygen tank, one of the oxygen tanks in the command module, blew up.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to find out how to get it back because it blew up when they were not in. And they ended up using the moon as a switch on and got back in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's the short story of that. Now, if you're not aware, the Apollo 11 was the famous first landing of a man on the moon. So that was Apollo 11. So that was a big deal. Then they sent up Apollo 12, and they did essentially the same thing, which wasn't as climactic because it's like, wow, this is man's greatest achievement, but didn't we just do this last month? Then they sent up Apollo 13. So they're sending these spaceships up to land on the moon, to land a man on the moon. On the way out, was it an oxygen tank that blew up? Something blew up. Something bad blew up. And now it becomes a rescue mission. They decided they're going to abort the moon landing. They ended up using, there's the command module. The way it's supposed to work is you 3 people go in the command module. Then you get close to the moon, 2 people get into the LEM, which is the lunar module, land on the moon. So 2 people land on the moon, and then the command module goes around the moon, and they go walk on the moon or do whatever they want to do. And then that blasts off, and then they dock again with the command module, and they come back. So what happened when they blew up their oxygen tank and they were on the way out towards the moon, they're trying to figure out a way to get it. It's like, okay, we can't land on the moon with this situation, but can we get these guys home safely? And the engineers worked round the clock trying to figure out, they had to improvise solutions. They did a slingshot around the moon. They used the moon's gravity to come around the moon, came back. They didn't have enough consumables in the command module to last that long for 3 people. They have 3 people there. So they went into the LEM for a while and used the oxygen and the battery power and stuff from that, because there's a whole separate life support system in the lunar module. And that has been NASA's plan all along. If something goes wrong, we have a whole secondary life support system. And they had all kinds of problems, and they were running out of oxygen. They were filling up with carbon dioxide, because they have carbon dioxide scrubbers like they have in like submarines and stuff to keep the air clean. And they didn't work because they had something was square and something else was round. And they had to improvise a way to get the carbon dioxide out of there. And they had to improvise some landing solution to get the right trajectory to land in the right place. And just a whole number of things. And this mission that was classified as a failure, this failed mission, these engineers worked so hard and they succeeded, and they got the astronauts back home, and they said, you know, this failure has become our finest hour, because all of the work and effort that went in to figuring out a way, we're just working on the fly, solving problems as they came up, and to make the astronauts got home safely. They thought maybe we got 1 in 3 chance of getting them home safely, something like that. And so it became really their finest hour. That failure turned into something spectacular because all the engineers just sprung into action. And have you ever seen who has seen the movie? There's a movie about it. Highly recommend it. Apollo 13. And anyway, any more failure stories from the crowd? Everyone is really quiet. And it's okay. Like I say, if you try something new, and this program, we want you to try new things. And if you fail spectacularly, that's great. That's just fine, because there's always a second time. There's a team that I like to use for example. I don't know if they're like this anymore, but they always used to be the Fire Bears. You know the Fire Bears from Roseville? So when we do FRC, we build these robots. Everybody does this thing, and the Fire Bears do this thing. You ever seen that? You know what I'm talking about? Whatever normal people are doing, they come up with some totally off-the-wall way to play the game. And sometimes it works brilliantly, and other times it fails spectacularly. But I love them for it because they're trying different things. They're trying new things. And it's just fun to see. I wonder what the Fire Bears are going to come up with. Because they always come up with something a little bizarre. I'm going to read you a few more quotes. Henry Ford. Henry Ford says, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Barack Obama said, you can't let your failures define you. You have to let your failures teach you. A quote from Abe Lincoln. Abe Lincoln says, my great concern is not whether you have failed, but whether you are content with your failure. And one more. Robert F. Kennedy says, only those who dare to fail greatly can ever achieve greatly. So what I'm going to implore you guys to do is get out there and do something. And if you fail, that's okay. Because you tried something new. You're going to find out what you're good at. Maybe you're going to find out what you're not good at. But that's why you're here. You're here to learn about yourself. Got one more story here. And if you know the story, if you know where I'm going with this, just kind of hold back so we don't wreck it for the crowd. Scientists at 3M here in St. Paul. There's a scientist named Spencer Silver, and his job was to create different kinds of adhesives. and he was trying to make this super, super sticky glue, super sticky adhesive, and he failed. He came up with this glue that just wasn't very sticky. And he showed it to a few people, and it just kind of sit on the shelf. This is a failure. I don't know, it's just not very sticky. Later on, he had a coworker named Art Fry. And Art Fry liked to sing in his church choir. And this is why choir people save the day. Anybody a choir person? You can sing in my national anthem choir? Come on. I'm the national anthem choir director, by the way. So I'm gonna run around and bug all you guys to come sing in my group for the events. But anyway, so this Art Fry, he liked to sing in his church choir. And he'd go to choir rehearsal, and he'd take his hymn book and he'd put little slips of paper in his hymn book and mark all the pages that they're going to sing the next Sunday. And then he would get up there and open up, and all these little papers kept falling out. And it's like, oh, man, and it's just, the papers wouldn't stay in his hymn book. And then he remembered his coworker that invented this glue that's not very sticky. And between the two of them, they invented Post-it notes. Do you guys know this story? Have you heard this before? So he saw something, even though the one guy saw it as a failure, the other guy looked at it and was like, wait a minute, yeah, doesn't do that, but it does do this. And they created an invention that we didn't know we needed. These two guys are in the Inventors Hall of Fame. Post-it notes has become a $1 billion a year business for 3M. Can you imagine a world without Post-it notes? Because when I was a kid, we didn't have Post-it notes. It's one of those things we didn't know we needed, but how useful is that? And it's this glue that he invented that's not very sticky, but it became the basis for Post-it notes. Did you guys know that story? Okay. Does everybody in Minnesota know that story? What's that? So, anyway, I don't have a lot more. I was hoping you guys, yes?
This isn't necessarily a failure so much as it's experience, and I suspect you'll appreciate this, that you learn from failing, but the stuff that you learn from failing isn't necessarily an absolute. Those are always, you have a tendency to want to file those in a don't ever do that again thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of situations where the surrounding circumstances change, and that the thing that you tried to do before might work. So just because it didn't work once doesn't mean it wouldn't necessarily work in a different.
It might work in a different. It might work in a different context. Exactly. 3M also has at least they used to. I don't know if they still do. It's kind of an ethos with their employees. They want you to spend X amount of time working on your own projects, and just hey, they just want you to use your brain and come up with new ideas, and it's a very creative. They try to really foster creativity. So, a failure in this context isn't necessarily a failure in a different context, and failure is not real good if you're like a mountain climber or skydiver or something like that. But other things, you have something? You look like you're just about ready to say something. Okay. Well, I don't know, how long is this class supposed to go?
2:40 or 2:30?
2:20. So we've got 20 minutes or so. So this is what I was afraid of, is not having a lot of good failure stories. usually find out what doesn't work. Um,
I asked the question as a team that I'm with 3475, and we just started back up again last year after a couple of years from COVID. So new, relatively, like all of our mentors, all of our students, it was their first time doing things.
mm-hmm.
I would be curious to hear from folks, just kind of like maybe from the failures that you guys have had. Like, are there like any particular, even though it's not necessarily an absolute, any particular things that you guys would have as like tips, tricks, and things? Just like, wow, we like learned this, and this is something we would suggest.
Just running a team in general?
It teams around the box, around kind of anything, just as we're continuing to like kind of figure out our what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Be really curious to hear.
Did you go to my inspection class?
No, I had a different student go to.
Okay. Lots of ways to stay out of trouble there. Just basically don't push the limits. One thing that I learned running a team, I'm just kind of a team helper now, but we used to run a team years ago. We would have a mentor meeting about, maybe 3 or 4 weeks in. Build season. And then, we're building and we're doing this and we're doing that. And when you get, maybe about 4 weeks into build season, that's when people are, if there's going to be some people tensions, that's when it's going to really flare up. And people get mad, some people quit the team, things like that. And we just want to have a good meeting and how are things going? Is everybody feeling listened to? Is everybody feeling valued? Is everybody feeling like they're contributing and they're on the right page? And even mentors go at each other, where I think this isn't, no, this, I don't want to do it this way. I think you should do it this way. And I have found that helps a lot. And you really got to keep your eye on the spirit of the team, if that makes sense, as to how things are going, and how everybody, people get hurt feelings big time doing this. This is kind of a big, when I first started, when I would get new kids on the team, I would say, unless you grew up in a war zone or a prison camp or something like this, this might be the hardest thing you've ever done in your life up until now. And it calls for a lot of maturity. And not everyone gets their own way. You got the whole team and you're going to build one robot. So guess what? Not everyone's going to get their way. And if the whole team decides to go this way, well, I wanted to do it this way. That doesn't mean you're not going to contribute. Doesn't mean you're not going to be a part of the program. So, yes.
So some also advice is from 4607, we're one of the more long-standing teams. Some things I would also say with that is don't underestimate both the power of balancing fun and serious time. Like our team, like we're working on it, but if you've seen these I say affectionately fools around, we screw around a lot, but yeah, I know. We do like he's a department lead.
Yes.
He's one of the people that keeps our team going, and he's also really fun to hang around with. We do a lot of fun stuff, but we also have a lot of time actually working on our bot. We're a really good balance because we also don't let our fun time lead too much into the actual serious work time, so we don't burn ourselves out. And in terms of actual work, we all have like departments of different things we do, but they're all equally balanced, and they often like trying to get them to work with each other. Like scouting strategy works a lot with bot.
with the bot and also works with rewards, also works with public relations. That's all very mixed together, and no one is more important than the other. And while at one time, like obviously it's the start of the season, so scouts can't do much, but regardless, they're all equally important. You take one part away, the whole thing falls down. So you need to kind of equally balance everything. Programming and FME. Never underestimate the power of data.
Yes.
So what is your team?
We're 3475, the governor is in St. Paul.
Johnson High School, St. Paul? Okay. Okay. And where are you competing?
We're going to be at 10K late.
Okay. Okay. One thing I was, I've been kind of, just a second, I'll get to you. I was a roving mentor for a while, or I kind of still am. I was asked to help a struggling team a few years ago, and they didn't have hardly any mentors. And this was the time when you had 6 weeks period to build your robot. And they were in about week 4, and they didn't have hardly anything done. I showed up, and they're sitting around and go, okay guys, what's the plan? I'm here to help. What's the plan? And they're sitting there, and they're going, well, we're thinking about doing this, and we're thinking about doing that, and then we think we'd like to add this, and we're thinking about that. I said, what do you got done so far? It's time. Thinking's done. Start doing. And there's like a think-do ratio. You got to think before you do, but you also have to do. So if you do without thinking, you make a lot of mistakes. But if all you do is think, you don't get anything done. So you got to think and do, and you got to find that balance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, there's a little part of a different class that I had that little thing in. You had something there. Yes.
For my rookie year in Charged Up, we decided to build a giant box. And if you know anything about the game, there's the tipping platforms that were super fun. Know the game, that is the best thing to do, because we fell a lot during Charged Up. I know one robot ran into us at full speed and we just ended up falling over onto our side. That is not fun.
Charged Up. Which game was that?
Charged Up.
Yeah, but I mean, what would you have to do?
You had to place cones and cubes on,
Oh, the cones and cubes game. Okay.
and then you had to balance at the end.
I'm trying to remember the balance part of that.
It was like that door-shaped thing that had 2 ramps up that just kind of.
Oh, okay.
Higher load down. I like those things that they have covering the wires at events, except
Oh, okay.
bigger.
So
And they tilt.
build a relatively simple robot. Don't try to build a God bot. You know what a God bot is?
I've heard.
Yeah. And there's teams that are usually the game will have multiple aspects to it. Like you can do this or you can do this. Even just pick one of those things and be the absolute best at it. This last year, you had the big green balls, whatever those are called. Algae, and then you had those tubes, which is the coral. And there was a team that all they did was the green balls. But they were absolutely the best at it. And they were in the finals. Because if you can do one thing and really, really perfect it, make sure you don't spend your entire build season just building your robot and then, oh, we got to finish this up yet or whatever. It's like you never have enough time. But if you can build a simpler robot in a little less time, spend some time practicing. Are you signed up for a week 0? Do you know what week 0 is?
It's not something that we really looked at last year. I heard stuff about it, but I'm not really familiar.
So there's different schools that will put on what's called a week 0 event. And it's at the end of build season. It's like a mock practice. It's like a mock game, scrimmage, yeah. And it's your first chance to really try out your robot. And it's also your first chance to see everybody else's robots, see what they came up with, and your first chance to play the game. And highly, highly recommend. It takes away from your build time. It's like, oh, I want to spend this day building robots. It's like, no, go to week 0, because you're going to learn from other people. You're going to have some help. You're going to there'll be people there that's like, oh, this broke. Oh, we can help you fix it. And you're just going to learn so much, and you're going to learn how the robot works. I tell people to go to week 0, break your robot. Take it out there and break it. You know why? Because you're going to find out the weak spot. You're going to find out what breaks. It goes, oh, I see how this is going. We're going to need to add a brace here, or we're going to need to beef this up, or this isn't strong enough, or I thought this thing was going to work, but it's not, so we got to go back and change it. So highly, highly encourage. What does it usually cost? A couple, $200-300 maybe to do a week 0 event usually?
It's different than like practice fields. I know that like it's
They're also really good because because there's very little risk to anything else that like going on in your season, so you probably won't get bad rap because if anyone's moving, it's a miracle, especially in some certain regions. Cough, cough, delete, cough, cough. And it definitely does for like newer teams. It helps show how FRC runs, like how we do things, and how absolutely obsessed we are with various different songs, especially the Macarena.
It's not competitive at all.
Okay.
Which is good. Everyone's trying out a new economy.
Yeah, everybody's trying out their systems is what it is. So even like let's say your team's supposed to score in this end and the other team's supposed to score in that end. Well, you might even just score in the wrong end just because it doesn't matter. You're trying to test out your shooter. You're trying to test this. You're trying to test that.
5 robots with blue bumpers and 1 with the red bumper. And,
Yeah, you don't even have, you don't have to necessarily have to have legal bumpers or whatever. It's just that you're there to test out stuff, and it's your first chance to see how the game actually works. This game, whatever game they come up with, it's never been played before.
Sure.
And nobody knows how it's going to play out. Nobody knows what aspect of it is going to be more strategic than the other one. And so...
That's really good to know.
I can share a couple of failure stories, I guess. One was, you reminded me when you said week 0. So we went to week 0 and decided, our robot was trash, but we had a week 1 event. So we went back from the week 0, and that Saturday night ended up tearing apart the robot from drivetrain up, left the drivetrain, but tore all the mechanisms off and just spent the next 3 days rebuilding it.
Mm-hmm.
It was ridiculous, but some of those things you learn, like you gotta just, you get a little bit of inspiration from what you saw the people doing successfully and some of that, but so that was the thing about week 0. And and be simple, try to keep it simple and all that stuff, but also try to do it well, because we had my first year when I was mentoring a team. I don't know why they decided to do this, but they decided, I kept trying to coach the main mechanical kid. I'm like, you gotta slow down, take your time, do these things right. If you need a hole there, drill the hole right. Don't just oversize it so you can get a bolt through and all that stuff. Well, they ended up tearing apart the robot a week before competition to paint it. And they couldn't get it back together.
Oh, no.
Because nothing fit right? They're using hammers to make things fit and drill oversize the holes and all that nonsense. It's like, no, slow down, think about it, but then do it right when you do it. Those kinds of things.
Well, the thing
I will never let them paint a robot again.
no, it's not,
It's not necessary.
unless you do a really good job on it, it's not going to look good. The thing the kids don't realize also is like, I'm going to make 4 of these brackets, so I'm just going to drill 4 holes here and 4 holes here. But that's not even though it looks like it's going to line up, it doesn't necessarily line up because you didn't do it precisely. This is more like carpentry. It's not, it's not like you did it in a machine shop where everything is precision. So you got to bolt things together and drill it together, and that bracket only goes there because that fits there. It's not going to fit over here. So just little things like that. So what's your role on the team?
I'm the lead mentor with the team. So.
Okay. How many kids you got?
Last year we had about 10 students. We're at about 10 students this year, most of whom, all except 2 are new students, just because we had a good chunk who graduated last year.
Okay. Exciting. That's a good number of students, though. It's just a nice size to work with. So I've never worked with a great big team. So, but should be fun. Should be exciting. There's people, and there's all of us are out here if you have questions. So please, please reach out if you're like, I don't know if this is legal. And my inspection class, I said, yeah, if you get like, oh, Johnny just got a samurai sword from Amazon. We're going to put that on the robot. I was like, no, that's not going to be legal.
In the FTC, just know that coffee beans are not allowed on the field. It's very sad. And yes, they specify that in the manual. Coffee beans.
Yeah.
Coffee beans.
Why?
It might be a field disturbance.
It's a form of
But regardless, the fact that they specify coffee beans is comedic nonetheless.
That's very strange.
That means that someone-
Yeah.
Do you know who Big Al is? Big Al is he's the head inspector of all of FIRST, so he's like the top, so he knows all the rules. And we sat in a class of his one time, and we said, what's the story behind this rule? What's the story behind this rule? And all these bizarre rules they have, there's usually a story behind it. It's like, well, this team tried to do this thing one time, and they tried something. They tried some bizarre strategy and bend the rules, and it's like, not so much. So, anyway, Big Al's a pretty interesting guy. So, what team are you with? 7530. Oh, okay. Raiders of the Lost Spark. I love it. I love the creative names that these teams have. So it'd just be boring if, like, a lot of schools, we're the Huskies, or we're the Robo Huskies, or we're the Robo Eagles. Like, no, come up with something like. No, you got to be something. You got to be something creative. This program really lends itself to creativity. So that's what I love about it.
Yeah, my team has a castle for a pit.
There you go.
Just that we found our pit, and we've had it for, I think, since the team was a new team.
He must have really loved Stronghold.
With my
I love the creative solutions to things. And I've been thinking about doing a class like use your noodle and not your checkbook. Finding creative, instead of buying this kit, we need an elevator, we're going to buy it. We need this, we're going to buy this turret, we're going to buy it. No, find cheap creative solutions. My son is also, I've been an inspector for about 10, 12 years. My son has been an inspector a few years off and on, but he showed me one time we were at, I don't know if it was at the state competition. There was a year there was a really unusual shaped game piece. It was just a really bizarre shape, and it was really hard to pick. If it got dropped, it was really hard to pick it up off the floor. Not very many teams could pick it up. And he said, hey, come here, look at this. I got to show you this. And this team had come up with, they went to a pet store, and they found a dog chew toy that was just the right shape, and they could grip it with this thing and pick it up. And that's what they used to pick up this game piece. And I was like, but But that's using your noodle, and that's what I like to see. I love this creativity. So, great stories like that. Anything else? I think we're winding down here. Good stories from the crowd. Any more advice for our rookie? Are you you're not a rookie mentor, or are you?
Rookie mentor as in?
This isn't your first year doing this.
No, my second year.
Second year, okay.
Still very much learning a lot.
How'd you do your first year?
We did pretty. I was very pleased with how we did. We were at 10K last year, and we were 32nd out of 51, which was for us like huge for all our students being the first time for us. We didn't use the kit box, so that was like huge for our students.
Yeah, good for you. Grow as a team. What I like, and I should have started out this class saying, not everybody's, a competition is going to be one winner. There's going to be a whole bunch of teams that don't win. They're not going to Worlds. Like last year, we show up at a competition and our end game mechanism doesn't work, or it kind of works a little janky. And over the time, by the end of competition, we fixed it and it works perfectly every time. That to me is a win. That's what I want to see. Sure, it'd be nice to go to Worlds, but that is a win for these kids. And
the growth that you see in the kids, I think, is a win. That's a good thing. I mean, talk about being on the team. My first year as a mentor, we were up in Duluth. That was after they painted the stupid robot. It was working. They got it back together. It was working fine, but then there was another team there that couldn't pick up a game piece, couldn't manipulate at all, couldn't anything like that, and kids went over and helped them out. They were, I think we were on Northern Lights, and they were on Lake Superior. They were on the other side. All that. They were over there helping out, and they got it working.
well, that's fun. That's great to see.
Great to see, right? That's the cooperation, all that.
We had a team when our second year in our team, we had 2 kids on our team. And I told the kids, it's like, that's it, and our robot was so bad. It was one of these you walk by and you go like, oh, I'm so sorry. It was like that. And all of a sudden, people came out of the woodwork and started helping us. And to make a long story short, we ended up being an alliance captain. And our robot barely worked. But we had people helping us, and it was just like, wow. So it was kind of.
Last year, for this, the previous season, we won top 3 quarters. This previous season, we got dead last in our competition. We ended up with half our team of freshmen and about another quarter of rookies. We ended up being 7th overall, 6th alliance captain. We counted that as 3 wins and a 1.
That's a huge win.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm saying, if you build a robot in 6 weeks, if you can build a robot that plays this game and you take it to competition and you pass inspection, you got a working robot that can play the game, passes inspection, you have won.
That was very much like
You have won.
last year, and so for us to be able to.
And your picture should be on the front page of your newspaper. Seriously. Anything beyond that is gravy. But your kids, if you can accomplish that, you have done more than most kids their age. It's a win. It's a huge win. Just that. So just keep that in mind. Don't get, you're going to see these powerhouse teams and like, oh my God, we can't do that. And that's okay. But, find these small victories. And huge win. That's why I tell these people, that's why I used to teach a bumper class, and you don't want to have skanky looking bumper. You want to have a good looking one. Even if your robot comes in dead last, you got a good looking robot, you take it out in the summertime, you take it to community events, you show it off to people, and people are going to look at that and like, wow, you guys really know what you're doing. It's like, yeah, but we came in last place. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your kids did something amazing. You built a robot that played the game.
Yeah, even during practice, if we made progress, we'd go, oh, we made progress on the robot.
Yeah, that's pretty much what every team does, I guarantee you. Any practice event, hey, something moved, yeah!
So anyway, I think we're out of time. Thank you much. So get out there and fail. Oh, did I say the wrong thing? Thanks all. Thanks for coming. Oh, I forgot about that.
Thank you. Right, guys, we're all going to introduce ourselves and explain what we do for the team. Noah, you can start.
I'm Noah. I'm on drive team. I do build, and I also CNC.
Okay. Cole.
I'm Cole and I do build.
Sean.
I'm Sean and I do build.
Charlie.
I'm Charlie and I do awards and WPA.
Jill.
I'm Jill. I'm media marketing mentor.
Kayla.
I'm Kayla and I'm on PR.
And then I'm sorry, I don't know you two. What are you?
Aiden, and I do like fundraising for
Oh,
the RTC team 16917.
perfect.
I'm Isabel. I am lead mentor with 3475.
So, my name is Lauren, and I'm the lead for 4607's like PR, so marketing and sponsors and all that fun stuff. All right, so this is a roundtable, so topics. None of you guys. So I guess it's a one-on-one conversation. How do you guys organize your department/team right now?
I'll say for us, we just kicked back up last year was our first year back since COVID, and that was brand new students, brand new mentors, none of us had ever done this before. We're a pretty small team, so right now I've really just got students mostly broken up into like build team that kind of also do like some drive, that they were mostly the ones who were on drive last year, like they do the machining and everything, and then kind of like coding and software and kind of
Yeah.
management there. I've got like one or two other students who are kind of interested in that like marketing social media piece, but I'm not like with us super consistently. So yes, there's not a whole ton of sub teams right now.
And then how do you guys do it?
So we have leads for like every aspect. So like one person is like programming lead, one person is build lead, but we all just kind of do whatever needs to be done. So we're all well versed in every topic, so we can talk about it to each other.
Yeah. How many leads do you have?
So we have 5 people on the team right now, and we break it up. So we have documentation, outreach, advocacy, robot, and programming.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, everyone's a lead, but everyone does a little bit of everything.
so with our team, since we do have more students, we have 6 leads. We have PR. Oh shoot, I'm gonna mess these up, guys. So PR, build, awards, scouting, programming, risk analysis. And then all those either are co-leads or led by one person. And then at least I can speak on the PR department. I have 4 people under me, so then we delegate tasks depending on that. So yeah. And then of course build probably has like 12 people, so they're fine. Yeah. So of course you guys have some other teams, but like if you did have, well, your team your size, what improvements could you do to like strengthen it as you guys are right now? I can speak first on this. So for us, we're doing a rebuild season because we had 13 seniors go, and then we had another 10 seniors go last year. So a lot of our leadership has, not last year, the year before that. And then it was 8 last year, I think. Yeah. So a lot of our seniors and great leaders have been gone, and we had to build that up again. So it's all about rebuild this year. Stay on theme with the game.
I like the sound of your team a lot. That sounds
Yeah.
good, especially with as few people as you guys have for us.
Yeah.
Sounds nice.
And right now, the biggest thing we're working on is trying to recruit more people because we have 1 senior and a junior, so we don't have much more time with them on the team. So we're trying to train in new people. So we'll always have a lead from every category who can like complete all the tasks to a very high level, even if they don't have anyone helping them.
Mm-hmm.
I know with us, we don't currently have any, like, we have some students who've kind of fallen into the lead, but are not formally leads in any,
Mm-hmm.
in any of the areas, and I think, like, it's been an ongoing want for me to be able to, like, have kind of, like, formalized, like, document, like, this is what we would expect from you as a lead, or, like, these are the things, whether it is training in the next, you know, round of students, or taking lead when it comes to, you know, this part of our time together, or whatever that needs to look like. So those are things that I would like, that I think would strengthen our team structure, to be able to have, like, these, you are leads, like, these are our leads, these are your responsibilities as leads, I guess.
Yeah. So one thing our coach, because yes, he has been worried about that since he's building new leaders recently, is he found a website that literally is like how to create leads, and it has 12 things about leadership. So each week we have a leadership meeting where we talk about one of those things. So this week it was about respect, and that really, because respect is such like a big thing that everyone needs to have, but it's definitely a fact that a leader needs to have too. So, and if you want the link to that website, I can show it to you at the end. Yeah.
I think our team has always had like a lead structure.
Mm-hmm.
It also comes with a side of conflict and drama.
Yeah.
I guess the two conflicts that have to be kind of thought of as far as incorporating leads comes from who you're choosing.
Mm-hmm.
So I know there can be some hurt feelings, but then it's so hard because is the person that's best at something necessarily the best lead? I don't know, that can be hard. And then the other thing that's been very difficult for us in the past is there can be a lot of resentment when someone gets a leadership position if they start kind of stepping away from the team. So when things need to get done and the lead isn't necessarily getting them done, or I don't know, I guess there are responsibilities that come with a lead, and when those things don't get done, then what does that look like? So last year there was some conflict because of that. We had some hard feelings with a student, and it made things on the team, it just created another level of conflict, but with leadership and management structures, that's always going to come. So it's just something, obviously, approach with sensitivity, knowing that it's going to have its own set of struggles.
Yeah.
Can I ask how you guys, and if you all do this one too, like how you guys necessarily pick leads? Like, is that, I've been in other teams that I've been a part of in my like undergrad and things like that, was like it would still be like a voting system. It would be, you know, at least someone who's been on the team for at least a year, like kind of like what those qualifications are. And then with like us, because it is, oh, and we have two returning students, it makes sense to be like, well, I should probably kind of try and into people who have time in there. So I'm just curious how that.
So
For us, because we only have 5 people on the team, we all just kind of fall into what we want to do. So I really like the outreach and documentation of my mission part. So I just kind of like shifted into that because I originally started as design. So I just kind of shifted into what I like doing. And right now, everyone has something they like doing, and that correlates with like the 5 big pillars that we have. So it's really simple for us. And then when we recruit new people, we try and look, like if we know our advocacy person is graduating, we try and look within our program, because our team, we assist in running Northwest Metro Robotics, and that does First League Explorer, First League Challenge, and FTC. So you have anywhere from like 130 to 170 students meeting every night with us at the build space. So we just look when we go to recruit at anyone else in the FTC room, and we look to try and find someone who's really into that advocacy part, or really into the robot part, if that's what we're looking for on our team. So then everyone just kind of like falls into doing what they want to do.
So how do you guys deal with burnout then?
We haven't really had an issue. We all really like doing like all the admin stuff for the program, and with the limitations the school that we meet in has put in place, there's not really any way we could like pull all-nighters working on robots. It would all have to be at home, and what tends to happen is when we all go home, we become way less productive, obviously. So it doesn't really happen for us that often.
Mm-hmm.
I know, well, just as far as choosing who's on your team, again, it's so hard because trying to do it in a way that's going to best like avoid conflict. I think two slight variations of the way that we've done it. So typically, everyone fills out a Google form. On that Google form, there are some kind of like long answer questions. So just things like, what are your qualifications for the position? What would you like to do differently with this position? What are things that you haven't liked in the past that you do? Like, what are things that you want to try?
I think one of the questions is, why do you think you should be a leader? Because then that really like makes you think about why you should be a leader.
Yeah. So it's, I guess, we kind of bulk it up, and you want it to be enough work that only the people that really care are going to take the time to type out like those long answers. And then it's just the form responses have gone straight to our coach, and then the coach will discuss it with a couple core mentors, and then they announce the leads.
But before that, they had to present. So then they're comfortable with public speaking and make sure and like they'll be able to do that.
Yeah. So that's, I guess that's the thing.
And that was another way to.
Usually it's just been a Google form. This year we tried the presentations for the first
Which I
time.
think
so
worked out well.
Yeah. So it was just that extra like, kind of like, the goal was to kind of weed people out. So it's the same thing. If you aren't gonna get up and like kind of spontaneously advocate for yourself in front of the room, then you likely aren't the person that we're looking for this position right now. So luckily too, we do, like Lauren mentioned earlier, we have some co-leads that work well together. It was actually really nice. So right now we have Robot is co-lead, so there's two, and then our scouting strategy. So it is nice there too, because when there are candidates that are born, and again, conflict can come out of those, like who's gonna get it, who's gonna get it. Yeah, I don't know, just kind of adapting and thinking compliments.
Because when you think leads, you think, oh, seniors, people that have been on the team the longest.
Yeah.
But I've only been on the team, this is my second year.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm a sophomore, so if that puts any perspective into it. So yeah. Okay, what are you guys' team goals for this year? I know, freshly new and we have a small team. Like we're working on our goals right now, and it kind of seems like we're gonna repeat them. And we had like go to state, go to Worlds, win EI or Impact, then build a successful robot.
You guys do goal setting?
Yeah.
We've not done goal setting as a whole team, like outside of like actual like goals within the competition itself. We haven't done like broad goal setting.
Highly recommend.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Do you guys do anything like that?
So we don't do like traditional goal setting.
Oh my god.
At the start of every season, what we'll do is we'll go through a SWOT analysis and like try to identify our weaknesses and like the opportunities we could have moving forward. And then we try and put a plan in place to correct the weaknesses. But one of the big two things that we were focused on this year was we wanted to get invited to the Governor's Cup. So for FTC, there was competition in DC where one team from each state picked by the governor would send you off to DC to compete. And we actually got invited, and that's February. But that was one of our big goals. And then another big goal of ours was to get more students to attend the National Advocacy Conference, also in DC. We had 9 last year and 2 the year before that. So we're trying to continue to grow that to get more national support for Minnesota.
That's huge. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I know, so we do the same thing, we go through SWOT, but I wish that our goals are pretty broad and not necessarily targeted at addressing weaknesses. It's more what do we want out of the competition. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I wish that wasn't really the case, but it is shaping up to be that again this year.
Because of course it's really hard because we've had really successful seasons. So then it's like we're very straight-minded and just want those goals where it's hard to branch out and think of like, okay, yes, we want to win EI, we want to win Impact, but how? So it's more like we want that how to be our goal instead of like the big thing, because then we aren't disappointed, because it's very hard to win those.
How do you guys go about, because like obviously like doing SWOT and doing like SMART goals and things like that, are there ways that you guys have found like success in achieving your goals? I wonder if you guys do something either broadly or otherwise, because that sounds like that's a really cool goal too.
There's not like anything specific that we do. We talk to our mentors a lot and keep them really involved with what we're trying to do, so they can help like lead us in the right direction. There's nothing like specific we have to make sure we achieve our goals, I guess.
Yeah. Like we have wonderful mentors, so of course they're always willing to help. But like it's definitely just the students and like the commitment they put into robotics, which a lot of our students love it and put a lot of commitment. So that really helps push our goals forward. And then we have large group meetings on Wednesdays, so that brings in our whole team. And then we have department meetings Monday through Thursday. And then Fridays that break, and so far the weekends are the break too. Except during build season, we do some Saturdays.
Yeah, so when the goals are made, the expectation is that pretty much every student has at least one goal to answer to. So like for me, linear impact, I am our awards manager, so obviously I'm coming up with a plan with my mentors on how we're gonna do that, and then same thing, robot, like how are they gonna get to state? How are they gonna win a regional? And it just kind of gets broken up that way, and it gets put on mentors and students to work together to come up with the plans. I think that, I don't know, it's harder for a robot to say how they're gonna do that, but like for us, for awards, the big one is we have a timeline. We keep a timeline, and by doing that, like that's one of the ways that we set ourselves up to meet that goal. Just like knowing, like, okay, this way we know we're gonna have 2 weeks for revisions based on feedback that we've gotten from other people. So just making a plan is helpful. It's hard when you can't necessarily make plans.
And then on the opposite end, since I am the PR side, because none of our goals really like say PR, but then like every goal kind of needs it to get the word out and like advocate for our team that we're here and like we show up. I don't know. It's weird, but it works. Yeah. Okay. So, what works well with your guys' team right now? Like, so it's rebuild season for us. So right now we're just trying to get like a better team's, what's it called? Not family, but like connections. So then we feel like a team, not a company with separate departments.
Or having some personal
Conflicts.
a lack of connection.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know for us, like I've been really pleased to see the recruitment that's been coming this year, and that seeing like all the students we're currently in, like continuing to like want to bring in more students, and so that's been very exciting to have.
Bring in like their friends and just like have that community.
Yes, and to have like very consistent students right now, which was not totally the case last year. We had like maybe a handful who were like super consistent, and now it's like, oh no, like I know that I'm pretty regularly expecting like this amount of whatever, 8 students on this.
That's
day,
amazing.
Different, whatever, additional whatever many students this day. So.
That's amazing because it's only your second year after that.
Yeah.
What about?
So for us, one of the biggest things we started this year, we started a separate program like within our FTC program called SLAM. It's like Student Leaders, Ambassadors, and Mentors. It's just to try and take the admin load off our team, because right now the 5 people on our team, and it's actually really 4 because the one's really focused on robot, but the 4 of us help assist in running the entire program. So again, 130 to 150, 60 students per night. So we don't have a lot of time to work on like documentation and focus on boards and stuff, and that's always been one of our biggest weaknesses. So we started the SLAM so right now we're training in 9 students from the program to help with that admin stuff and help prepare them for when we eventually graduate, and even for like the real world when they'll eventually have to like do some of this stuff for their careers and like later down the line, like in college too, even.
Yeah. Our coach always says he wants to make better leaders of the world. So that sounds like you guys are doing exactly that, and it's amazing that you're doing that, especially with only 5 people as like admin.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I feel like it's a growth area of our team as far as like the administrative load. It's hard, so it gets spread between coaches and mentors, but then there's usually a handful of students too, where it's the same, like we're getting handed some of that admin stuff, and I wish that we had a better system put in place to kind of distribute that load instead of, I guess it becomes norm, so even we don't have like captains and we don't have administrative roles or like the president, VP, secretary, whatever, so when things like that get assigned and they aren't necessarily the roles of leadership positions, I know it can be hard for me sometimes to cope with that because it's hard, like things will get handed to me and it is a blessing, but I'm like, please, like let's share this blessing. Like they can have it this time, so I feel like that's definitely a growth area for us because when those kind of things don't get corrected, it's just like that's the way our team works. So it's been this way for as long as I've been exposed to the team for like 5 years now, where usually a couple students are getting that administrative stuff, but it's so hard because there's not necessarily a distinction between those students and the rest of the team. It's just responsibility that they over time have ended up taking on. So.
Yeah, and for us, we've had so much growth within our program in the last like 3 or 4 years, so we just didn't have the mentors to come in and take over that role, so we just kind of shifted and took over that role. And we're trying to find mentors and we're trying to train more students because we want that opportunity to give to the students for like them to learn, because again, it'll be part of their careers later down the line. So we're really trying to take that load off because honestly, that's probably why we don't do super well on awards, is because we never have time to do, like, I don't know how much you guys know about FTC, but you have to make like the 15-page portfolio that you have to submit for a competition. We didn't start that till 2 weeks before our competition because we were running the program. So just trying to find mentors has been one of the hardest parts for our program because we've just grown so fast.
Yeah, that's hard. It's hard. It's not, I guess not, it's a very different struggle for us. I think right now we probably have like 15 mentors and 25 students. Well, it's so hard because so many of our parents, we've been blessed, our parents have unique skill sets that they've been able to offer. They've been our biggest mentor core is our parents.
Yeah.
How are you guys setting mentor numbers?
We were at 6 mentors last year. I'm currently at like myself and 2 others that are very consistent. I got 2 more who are like, I'll be able to join once the build season starts, but not in like right now. Last year, some off season stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Little by little.
Anyways. Kind of repetitive, but hey, our coach said to put more in there, so.
No, I'm saying what challenges we face a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I guess I'll go back to the other one. So for us, with the admin side of it, it's kind of like the build side doesn't really get any more of that because they literally just build. They don't really know how to do spreadsheets and all that. But then it's more just like me and Charlie for right now because I deal with all the finances, and that's like a huge thing that our coach really wants to like do better at because we do spend a lot of money and we want to know where it goes because it looks better, and then we know for sponsors too because sponsors are such a big thing for us. But back to this question. So our rebuild season, we we did a complete like swipe of our drive, right? Because the drive last year had like everyone on it and it got messed up. So this year we swiped it and only leads have it. But then it's hard because like there's so many documents that people need access to. That's just like a mess. So our documentation's definitely one thing that needs to be organized, and then slowly but surely our team structures finally get in there, I feel like. So yeah. Slowly but surely.
Robotics is hard.
Yeah. And then definitely with sponsors too. We need to for our team, we need to get better at tracking our sponsors and knowing how much they gave us, and if we want to reach out to other people, make sure we haven't reached out for them. So going back into documentation is a huge thing for us this year, at least on the sponsor side. What about you guys? How do you guys face challenges with the organization? Or how does your team stay organized?
I know for us it's very much last year my goal with the team was just kind of okay, we're gonna build our
That's amazing.
So there's a lot I think this year that is just it is creating new systems around the organization. And so I guess that is a challenge in and of itself, where it's I don't have any of the things that are previous coaches or mentors had, so it is trying to it is a lot of the finding new documentation or existing documentation from other teams and trying to how does this fit in with our team now as it is and things like that. So it's a lot. I think it's also a lot of not know. You don't know what you don't know, and it feels like it's a lot of discovering new things still all the time. Yeah.
I know this year has a great title, Rebuild. I feel like every team's rebuilding that I've talked to, in some sense. What about you guys?
So we're not good at organizing our stuff. we have Canva folders and Drive folders, but we just have so much stuff from the entire program because we have 8 teams. We've had at least 5 teams for almost 5 years now.
That's
and
crazy.
We try and keep all the information together, and we don't delete anything because we don't want to lose any of that. So we use Canva folders, Drive folders, and then one of the other things we just started this year too for the admin level stuff, we started using Google Keep, and so we can make a checklist to make sure we're getting stuff done, and then a lot of times it'll be a task with a subtask, put it in this Drive folder. So hopefully it ends up there, but again, we're not great at staying organized.
Yeah, but it's a start. Seems like doing the Google thing works out.
Very hard right now. My current project for robotics, what I've been spending all my time on, is a big topic log. So everything that we submit for awards, all of our documentation and all of our numbers and everything, it just needs to go somewhere. So we're trying to start over, but goodness gracious, documentation, it takes a lot of thought, and it's like a puzzle. There is no right answer.
Takes a lot of time too. So yeah, especially on the finance side, because then you have routing numbers, you have checks, you got everything. You got, oh, this Amazon account, whose is that? What did you purchase from that? Oh yeah. So how do you guys track accountability on your team? I know you, sorry, I forgot your name in the back, but I know you guys do a lot of just the 4 of you do it, but how else do you guys track, make sure people are doing what they said they were doing?
So on the team, everyone's the lead of everything, like I said, and really if some aspect is failing, if the build's not getting done, we know it's whoever is build lead, and then we have a conversation with them, we have a team meeting with our coach too, and we talk about why it's happening and what's going to happen going forward. And one of the things we also did, I think it was last year, we made a team contract too. So we implemented a strike system, where if you don't get your stuff done on time, you'll get a strike, and the strikes are voted on by the team, and it's like, first one's a warning, second one is you have to go coach the little kids for like 2 weeks, and the third one is like you're off the team. And it works for us because we're all so dedicated, that's why we can have it go super extreme very quickly. And I've started doing that with some of our other FTC teams, making a strike system, and it's not as extreme, but it seems to work really well for keeping us on task and making sure we get our stuff done on time.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Like this year, we're doing passports, so we're trying that out. So it's basically a passport, but it's like they have to do, I think, 20 hours of team service before they can go to a regional. Like they have to show up, be present to get that award of going to worlds or the regionals or state.
There's like a couple of requirements. So there's going to be requirements for, like outreach time, like time that you spent actually working on projects at Robotics. There's the grades, right? Because we have to do grade checks. If you're not passing the classes, you can't travel. Trying to think, you have to be in like good standing conduct. So basically, like coaches just have to sign off that you're respectful and you're not having like behavior issues. That might be it, but yes, I need to finalize documents for that. But it'll be nice because when being a passport, it's basically like this is your document to travel. Like if you can't get all of these things checked off, then no traveling for you. Like you need that. You need those things ticked off. So.
And that's not really something we deal with since we're students. We don't want to interfere with any other students, so our head coach deals with that side of it. Of course, we report to him if we notice anything, but he doesn't want conflict between students because that shouldn't happen. What about you guys?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that we have any like formal way of tracking progress and accountability. We're really good about like checking in with everybody kind of like at the start of each of our sessions, especially during our build season, saying like, okay, these are the goals for today. Doing some taking note at the end, just being like, okay, like what was the progress that was made? You know, oh, we only got this far and we didn't reach this goal because we found this that needed to get debugged or this that whatever, some other thing. Like, okay, well, these are the next to-dos. So, I mean, there was like a lot of communication, but I don't know that we were like formally tracking.
Which is fine. We literally just started this. Well, we restarted it this year because last year we didn't have any sort of tracking, and we realized like that was a problem for our team, especially at the size that it is at.
That's awesome. Taking note on the team contract, I really like that idea. And the passport, like
Teaching the little kids is such a funny consequence.
Well, actually, that would be awesome. So
that would be so funny.
We don't make it a consequence, but so our first year program, our students are supposed to mentor our FLL and FTC programs. People don't like to do it. People don't like to show up. So there are students that'll go, but many don't. So the thought of being a punishment, I think, is such a funny thing. But it sounds effective. Like as long as you're not going to show up and be a crab apple because this is your timeout. That sounds awesome. I stand.
Like Cole, Noah, and Sean, what would you guys say if you had to teach the little leagues?
No problem.
Well, like the under.
Are you listening? So, how do you feel about the idea? Being punished with. 2 weeks of community service to that fellow.
Okay, maybe we gotta try that out.
Yeah.
I don't recommend it.
And so we'll see how much time you have to serve.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. I go and teach FTC all the time.
Okay, what are their names?
We got Dave right there, Chase Dave. Sean was like 2 years ago or something like that. Then we got Abram. We got
Who's also on the team?
FTC.
FRC team.
FTC, we just talked about
And he's also on our team.
Well, yeah, that's not my fault, Jack. I don't teach for like the 6th grade.
Star pupil.
Yeah. We'll have to see next year. We may try that one out. All right. I think. Oh, love this one. So for our communication, we use Slack, right? That's our main point for students. But I have a department filled with people that don't check their Slack notifications. So I use Snapchat, which is to reach out for the students. And I wish I didn't, but you gotta meet where the students are at. So what do you guys use for communication?
We've been using Discord because we have enough students who are using it, and I like similar to Slack, like being able to have the separate channels was really nice for organizing in that way. Trying to get it's a harder convincing students who don't have Discord to be like, no, I promise it's not just like the video game.
Yeah.
Communication thing. But.
Yeah.
So we also use Discord because for us, like we have admin channels and then we have like a team channel for every team. So that's really helpful, and we try and keep that where we do all of our like big decisions and like team communication. And then if it's like just for fun communication, we have like a text message group.
Yeah. I never really thought about Discord, but it would make sense because a lot of our team members are on it. But of course, we have such a big Slack.
You guys have Robo Chat too.
Oh yeah, that's on Snapchat. Yeah,
It's effective.
it is. It's very.
But that's mostly off stuff.
Yeah.
That's where we plan the Christmas parties.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Thanksgiving. And
Yeah.
It's all the fun stuff, good stuff, not the actual like team stuff.
Yeah.
Can I ask how much of that like fun stuff is built? Like, is it that just like friend groups within things within robotics, or is that like a Christmas party, holiday party, whatever for the team and stuff?
So we invite everyone on our team, okay? But some people may not show up, and that's perfectly fine. But it's a way for at least the newer people to get introduced to the old people that have been on the team before. Yeah, because we do a Thanksgiving one, so that is right by registration. So then that's like their first opening into our team culture. Yeah. And then of course we do a Christmas one to get that rolling a little bit more.
So I don't know, as far as we're concerned, we try and see of course there are closer friendships within the team, but try and at least act like there's not. Like everyone is invited to the same things. We want everyone to be there. Like there is no like I'll invite you, but please don't come. Like
yeah,
we want everyone to show up because it's so much more fun to be together when you all feel like family.
Yeah.
And that's when you start not minding that we're spending way too much time at school, because I feel like that's kind of what gets us through burnout, is likely the people that we're feeling burnt out with.
Do you guys do those like? Do any of those overlap like onto a typical like a team session day, or are those typically like off days that you guys would like? I guess that you're.
It's so Thanksgiving. That was Wednesday night.
Yeah, we've kind of found like we can do it whenever. Usually we have conversations about when people are available, but we found so Wednesdays are faith and family night, right? So we have our large group meetings on Wednesdays, but we have to be out of school by 5:30. Requirement that's put on us by our sponsors. So we're out of there. So students that don't go to youth, a lot of our students don't, we'll usually look to plan things on Wednesday nights because we know no one's doing anything. We're already together. If there are underclassmen that need rides, then we can just we can take them straight from there. It's convenient. Like Friday nights get busy. What do you do on a Wednesday night? Yeah, English homework.
And overall, especially for Friday nights, we try to keep those free because we know people have friends outside of it and like family and just want a Friday off. All right. Oh geez, there's a lot of questions. So I've repeated this so many times, but we can improve on communication, documentation, culture. I don't know. Those are our main three, I would say, at the moment.
Our big one is time management.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. I know. Well, it's definitely helpful during build season because you have the Saturdays, right? So we get a lot of stuff done because I think we start at like, was it 7, 8? So we're there 8 to 4 probably. So we get a lot of stuff done. Yeah, which don't really suggest. It's a long day, but it works. Oh yeah. Parents and sometimes sponsors sponsor lunch. So every single Saturday, we always have feedlots.
Yeah. So what we do is we send out earlier in the week, 2 weeks ahead of time, basically a theme for the meal, and we have parents sign up. You know, so-and-so is bringing lunch meat, so-and-so is bringing bread. Yeah. This week it's soups, next week it's casseroles. We have different themes every week, and we have parents sign up not only to bring the food, but also come and serve and be a part of the team. Our team makes a hard stop at noon. At noon, everybody stops what they're doing. You take a 1-hour break, you sit down, you eat as a family, and that's a lot of our members, it's their favorite part. I mean, they love it. And it does mean a lot. It brings the parents in to see what's going on. Yeah. What are my kids doing, kind of thing. And, you know, oops.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine.
So yeah, it's worked out really well. You know, that's something that they've done since they've started the team, is the feedlots. So.
And then what it really helps with is any leftovers. Our coach has a fridge in his classroom, well, in the shop. So any leftovers goes there, and then it feeds people throughout the week too. Nice. So no one ever goes hungry.
And it's cool because I guess even for you guys too, like the way that we seem to get mentors is kind of by shopping them. So like by getting them to show up every week, like there's always something for them to do. Even if it's after lunch, like we just need help bringing things back down so that we can put all the dishes away upstairs. I don't know, one of my favorite, so Jessica Brink, she's been with our team for like 3 years now, 4 years. She became a mentor, not really intentionally because she went down on the World's Bus with the team and they needed help getting dinner figured out. They needed help setting dinner up and they needed help like figuring out the next stop on the bus and just doing those little things, and it was like, oh wait, oops. Like now I'm helping with the robotics part, not just meals and I don't know. So giving parents the opportunity to be involved in things like that is so huge, and food is so
Do you guys have any other questions to end the session?
So how do you guys do fundraising for your team?
Okay, so when did we start? Ooh. No, I'm talking about this season. I think we started right around when school started, right? And of course, we have returning sponsors, so that's easy because we reach out, we set up a meeting, we talk, and then they give us our money again, right? But then this year, we've been trying cold calls. We just started that. So we'll see where that leads, but I don't know. I definitely think we just have a really strong sponsor base, and that helps us a lot to retain those sponsorships.
Have you ever thought of like driving around your area and just like going to different businesses and trying to talk to them?
That's a wonderful idea, but Becker is such a small town, and we have most sponsors that are already there because a lot of our sponsors, at least in Becker, are from the other side of 10. So that like industry of industrial, yeah. So we already have a lot of sponsors. I wasn't on the team a long time ago when we like reached out to them, so I have no experience talking to them.
You guys are Metro, right?
Yeah.
We are like as far away from Metro as you get. So when you're driving from here back to the cities, and you're like, wow, there's a lot of fields, there's a lot of solar farms. That's us. Potatoes and solar panels.
Right by Monticello, so on the other side.
Do you guys get a mix then of like your sponsors being like local small businesses or like local town places, and then also like larger?
Yeah, like we have
A few larger
Yeah, like one of our newer sponsors that we actually just got this year, Sport Tech. They're what is it? They don't work with the public. They just work with the manufacturing, and they work with like literally direct competitors of each other. So they work with John Deere and then Polaris, Cam-An.
Car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like some of our biggest, right, we also Delta Montech.
And then we have UMC, Lions. Lions are huge. Like if you have local Lions, reach out. They love to help you guys, especially since it is robotics. We're helping the community and raising better adults, and such like huge experiences for them.
Your local Lions clubs, your Knights of Columbus, your Blues clubs, your those fraternal organizations. Those are great, and a lot of times because they are running a gambling, they have to get rid of their money.
Yeah.
Every year they have to get rid of their money.
Like our local Lions Club goes through $2 million a year, and they have to get rid of it because it's all through pull tabs.
Yeah.
So it's a huge thing.
They want to give you money. Oh,
Yeah.
Huge thing for that. If you have, so you have an FRC program, right? If you have any other, like if you have FLL or FTC, or if, like basically if you can have a program that goes by any other name that is not the same as your FRC program, give it to them, because I know that's kind of one of our little like workarounds, so.
They cap how much they can give to each
Yeah.
organization.
So if you have more than,
So we have a booster club, which is awesome, but
Yeah.
they give the booster club 5,000, because that's the max that they can give, so they'll give them 5,000, and then they'll give our robotics team 5,000.
Yeah.
So, again, just like a workaround, play into those, like, it's, I don't know, it's not a scam because they know what they're doing. Like they said, they just need to get rid of the money, so.
and then another huge thing is just apply to grants. Like you'd be surprised on how many grants you guys can get, especially with industrial companies. Yeah. And then ask companies for parts. Like one of our main sponsors, they do like all of our metal and all that stuff. And what do they give us? That one dude. Tom. What does Tom give us? LPI.
They basically,
Yeah.
What?
Oh, the MasterCard. So LPI.
Masters, they order out of McMaster's.
Yeah.
So they give us our donation out of, and then we get an order, we give them our parts list, and they order it for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
So it's not just monetary donations, it's everything.
By proxy, it's not.
Some sponsors have an easier time getting the in-kind donations approved than coming right from the checkers and stuff.
Yeah. And then if you guys want to do like fundraising, silent auctions are amazing too, because then it gives those smaller companies a way to like give to you guys.
Silent auctions, we do spaghetti dinner this
Yep.
spring, and we do that as a free will offering rather than a set price, because people are more likely to give $50 rather than, oh, I'm just paying for dinner for $10 a piece, kind of thing.
Make sales go hard.
Yeah.
Bake sales,
That's
holy
shocking.
cow, that was one of our
Every-
biggest ones.
It's insane. You could, like, as much as you can make, they will buy.
And parents love to help out with that one. Like grandparents, like everyone loves to help out with that one.
And custodial staff love to support the fundraiser.
Oh yes.
That's awesome. Yes. No, it is really fun, especially, we have one grouchy custodian. She's a tough lady, she's funny, she's kind of grouch. And when you tell her, by the way, our bake sale is gonna be on this stage, yes, I'll be there, that's awesome.
Yes.
Okay, Steph. Thanks.
So,
See you then.
I would say those are main ways to get sponsors and donations.
We are at 318 on a 350 hand time, so.
Oh wow.
Thank you guys for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, if you have
Yes.
any questions, our contact is just, well, Lauren's contact is right there, and our team contact is on our website if you
Yep.
CIF.
Hey, I followed Evans